All right, let's get started. Let's see, what is today? Today is Saturday. It is the 21st of March in 2020. And hello, Yoav and RKJ and Knackle Eric. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't have any, like, super plans today. Also, oh, hey, what's up, Michaela? Hello, hello. Good old hosting yourself there. I don't really have anything to recap since I just streamed on, what day was that? Thursday, so 2 days ago. And I didn't really do any programming yesterday. I honestly got a little bit stir crazy and decided to clean my house instead. And I didn't finish, so I'm probably gonna lose my mind and do more of that today. Well, after the stream. You guys don't want me to clean my house on stream, that would be... Now we're gonna go into the living room and vacuum for a bit. No, we're not doing that. So, I'm already gonna do a cleaning stream, please. Yeet! Yeah, just get rid of everything, right? Michaela would watch that. Someone is saying I should do an eating stream, which is a little bit weird to me, but yeah, before I forget to switch my scenes again, I was watching, oh god, what is her name on Twitch? It's like Bun Pie 9000 or something like that? Something like that. But I was watching her stream last night. She was making masks for kind of DIY 3D printed face shields for like medical equipment and stuff. And she kept, she has this like crazy elaborate stream setup with a bunch of scenes and stuff, and she kept forgetting to switch back to her computer, and so it was just like a camera just focused on her keyboard like as she tapped away. But it was a cool stream. But I was up way too late last night. Hey, what's up, Python code _bot? You've changed your name again. I assume. Hello. Keyboard ASMR, right? Let's see, what did you ask? I need to add Docker to my script. The problem is my script depends on requirements.txt. So here's kind of, oh, actually, hold on. I'm gonna install a syntax editing for Docker first. Assuming it exists, -c 200, this one. It's on TextMate. Oh, it's in the actual Docker repository itself. Huh, interesting. I'll show you like my kind of little template that I usually do for Docker files that need requirements.txt. All right, there's 2 files here now. I realize that I don't have JavaScript yet either. I should do that at some point. But I had a hard time finding where the JavaScript syntax comes from. No, QA E501. So these are all the syntaxes that Babi currently will work with using this script. It of course, well, it probably works with all of them, but these are the ones that I know it works. Oh, your changes from JSpot to this. Oh, okay. I see, Python code bot. I'm misremembering. That's my bad. So what I usually do, Docker file, that's how that works. I tried to tab complete, that's why it didn't work. So the strategy that I usually use when working with Python requirements is to set up a virtual environment and put that on the path, and then run the script from that. So I'll do something like this, apt, and equals non-interactive apt get install, no install recommends Python 3 and virtual get clean, armorf, varlib. And yes, I've memorized all this stupid nonsense. And then what you want to do is you want to copy your requirements.txt in, so you'll create separate layers for your virtual environment before your actual code. That way, actually what I usually do is work dir code. That way, if your requirements stay the same, most of your image is a no-op rebuild. Oh, my face is in the way. Damn it. Okay. We'll open this over here then. Okay. Anyway, you didn't miss much. It just says -y -- no install recommends in that little space where things were missing. And I just installed Python 3 and virtualenv. So what I was saying is usually I will create a separate layer for the requirements for the virtual environment. That way, if you only change your actual working code, you won't need to rebuild your virtual environment. It's kind of a little like performance hack for like iteratively working on Docker files. Not that working on Docker files is all that much fun. So then I'll do virtualenv node download -vm -p python 3. And then we'll do pip install. Oh, actually, first we'll do this little thing. Env path equals vm/bin :path. This is essentially running the activation script for virtual environments, but fortunately, we can just kind of do this wherever, and it will mean that this pip here is actually the pip inside this virtual environment. It's a little sneaky, but it works really well. No cache dir -r requirements.txt. This is important to make sure that pip does not spit its cache on disk, which would just kind of waste disk space in your Docker image. Is there anything else that needs to happen here? Nope, that's it. And then copy ... at the end. This will put your actual code in the image. Let me make a small example. Let's say we installed precommit for some reason, or I don't know, reorder. Well, let's do something that actually makes sense. Actually, no, precommit works fine. And then we need some sort of script. bin/my script. Python 3. Oops, what happened? Oh, right. I tried to save. There's no directory support in babi right now, so it crashes there. So I need to make a directory first. There we go. If name equals main, so let's just make this a silly script. And it's just going to depend on some other package, subprocess.check call sys.executable -m precommit -help. So, silly script. We could also make it import pyml, which will get installed as a side effect. Print pyml. Okay, so that's our little script. Docker build -g test dot. Do that. The Endless River says, what does it do when you don't take the whole ID? I've completely forgotten what you're talking about. I'm so sorry. You'll have to remind me what train of thought that was, because I totally don't remember it. Oh, from the GitHub link. Oh yeah, okay. So the reason that I shortened this, so hashes work as a prefix in Git, and I don't need all 40 characters. Usually 8 characters is way more than enough to be unique, and so I just do this so it's slightly shorter in the file, and so I can see like where the file path starts when we look at this script. Workspace babi bin download syntax. Yeah, so we can kind of start to see some of. Oh wait, maybe you don't see it here. Huh. Anyway, sometimes it's short enough to fit on one line if you do that, like this. Well, not this one, but really, this one might be short enough to start seeing some of the file path. Yeah, you can start seeing this here. But I just do it because it's like it's slightly shorter, and it really doesn't matter. I should just copy paste the whole thing. Hey, what's up, Specs? How are you? I'm doing a little bit better, although for some reason I'm way more congested today than I was yesterday. So that's not great. But I'm presumably not sick anymore. But yeah, if we take this image that I put together and just to show you, we didn't end up putting anything in the cache directory because it doesn't exist. And that's what this is about. And if we look at VM and ask which Python, you can see the Python is our virtual environment Python. And that way, if we run the script, which I forgot to chmod. But here's the cool thing, because I'm only going to change the code. It's almost like I did this intentionally. I definitely did not. This is totally a mistake. I'm going to chmod this, and then we can rerun the Docker build. And you'll notice here that it happened super quickly because it reused the cache for the virtual environment. Didn't have to rebuild that. But now, if we run bin my script, a module named PyYAML. Oh, right, it's called YAML. I made two mistakes. Definitely not intentionally. Then we can build again. And then bin my script, and you can see. Oh, fuck. I know what I'm doing. I promise. Build, run, and this time. Cool. Okay, this time it worked. We printed out YAML as that package that we did, and then sub-processed out to pre-commit. So anyway, that's kind of my like go-to template for doing like a little Python-based Docker file. But yeah. Why use Ubuntu and not Alpine? Oh boy, where to begin about Alpine? So, Alpine uses an alternative libc implementation called, well, I don't remember how to pronounce it, but I pronounce it muscle inside of my head. It's MUSL. Might be musel, might just be MUSL, I don't know. I say muscle inside my head. And more often, well, many times I've encountered cases where muscle C differs in behavior from libc and causes really hard to find bugs. There's also cases where muscle C optimizes for space over speed because it aims to be extremely small, and that's like where your benefit would be for using Alpine, is that your images will be sometimes smaller. But many times they'll actually be bigger, and the reason that they'll be bigger is you can't really take advantage of pre-built wheels on PyPI when using Alpine, because it's not glibc, it's a different libc implementation, and so many Linux wheels are not installable. And so you're kind of forced to build all of those from source, and in order to build them from source, you'll need to install a compiler, so you'll need like GCC and that whole tool chain, and adding a tool chain to a Docker image will make it much larger. But if you're doing like very simple things, sure, Alpine is probably a fine choice. And then instead of this, you would do, from Alpine, and then do run apk add no cache Python virtualenv. I think it's actually this, something like that. Might be this. I don't remember the name of the package, but and that would replace this line and this line. But other than that, like the same approach still applies. But I prefer not to use Alpine, so. Oops, one more. Oh no. There we go. But yeah, that's like kind of my little template there. I can paste this if you guys want. since we did verify that it works instead of just being a thought exercise. Paste code here. Paste. Anyway. Batista says, "Hi, I also use virtualenv in Docker, but it is not a common practice. Could you please describe the pros and cons of this approach from that point of view?" Yeah, so the reason for using virtualenv in Docker is closely related to the same reason that you wouldn't want to install packages to your system in a modern Linux distribution. You'll notice that I have... Well, let me validate first. Python 3.6 is my system Python. This package is nothing. Okay, cool. I'm not lying before I do this. You'll notice that I have nothing installed using pip to my system. And this is for the same reason. But there are a whole load of packages that come along with the operating system to support different parts of the running system. So you'll see all of these Python 3 dash packages are packages that are used by operating system curated packages or distribution curated packages. So these are some of the things that make Ubuntu work. And when you step on the toes of these packages and install stuff directly to the system, even in Docker, you can cause some negative interactions with these. You can break some of these packages. And so I find that it's just better to isolate all of your Python installation. And with modern virtualenv, it costs essentially nothing. It's just a symlink and some directories. This version of virtualenv, it still does a copy, so it's a little bit wasteful, but latest version would be better. Hey, what's up, Entangler? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, my reasoning is like, isolate everything, don't leave anything up to chance. You really don't know what these packages will interfere in mysterious ways. Also, some of these packages you can't upgrade. Like, if you tried to install another certify, pip might succeed, but it might use the old one. I forget the reason, or the ordering or whatever. So, yeah, you'll get all sorts of different stuff there. But hopefully that answers that. Would that mount the directory on your host with the container, so any changes done on your host would transfer to the container? So I didn't actually do any mounting here. This is for building the image. If you're developing on it, you might want to do something like this: docker run rm-ti-v the current working directory to code. Probably read only. You could do rewrite. Oops, that should be test. And so now what this does is docker inspect BEAD. That's a fun name. Let's see, volumes. No. It's not called volumes anymore. What is it called? Is it called binds? Bind. Yeah, it's called binds. So this sits at the container. So now there is a file system. Actually, I think we can see that in here. No. Anyway, we can show it because that's easier. We've bind mounted this directory inside of the container at /code. So outside at temp x, inside at /code, and you can see that file is created essentially live. There's some like not so great things about this. Oh, it's read only write. There's some not great things if you're in a read write mode, where if you create files inside the container, they'll be owned by root outside. So you can see this is owned by root. And sometimes, I mean, in this case, it'll let me delete it because I own the directory. But if we did like make dir-p wat, and then we try and delete this directory here, I can't actually delete this directory. rm-r wat. Yes. Cannot remove, permission denied. But that's just because weird file system stuff. But yeah, that's how you could live mount it if you wanted to work that way. That would eliminate that build round trip. But I don't know. I don't really like to develop inside Docker because it's a little clunky and it's pretty slow. The iteration loop is pretty slow. Python Codebot says, "Is that why you shouldn't try to uninstall Python 2?" Yes. There's a really good where was it? I think it's on Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow. Uninstalled Python 2 Ubuntu. Somebody uninstalled Python 2. Damn. It was really funny because somebody was like, I removed Python 2 because it's bad. And then it just like broke their entire system. I'm just kidding, please don't do that. What the fuck? This was only deleted 12 days ago. Damn, dude. But yeah, there was I don't know, it had several hundred upvotes. It was pretty funny, but that's the thing. Hey, what's up, Knowledge? Why not from Arch? Right. Oh, can you repeat the differences again? What are there any other alternatives for lightweight OS? So the thing about even the Ubuntu image, is pretty small. Where is? And this isn't even the latest version. Docker pull Ubuntu Bionic. This is gonna break all my image caches, but such is life. Even the Ubuntu image is pretty small, and you'll see it gets smaller with the newer editions. Is it still 102? Grab Ubuntu. Yeah, okay, so the latest Ubuntu Bionic image is only 64 megabytes, which is, you know, significantly larger than Alpine, but Alpine is 2 megabytes. Docker images. But I usually find that, like, okay, it's 6 megabytes, but I usually find that, like, you know, 60 megabytes is like nothing in a Docker image, so. Yeah. Mousing says, "Why not Conda then? Just derived Kappa." I mean, you could use Conda in a Docker image. Kind of defeats the purpose in some ways. And your image will be huge if you use Conda, but that's a whole different thing. Python Codebot says, "Can you do the mounting from the Docker file, or would you use Compose then?" You can't define mounts in the Docker file itself. You can set up volumes, but as far as I can tell, well, everything that I've looked at when I was looking into the volume command in Docker files basically said that this does nothing. I could be wrong, and I might have just been like reading the wrong stuff, but as far as I know, this does nothing. Mounts are part of the runtime of Docker and not part of the image time of Docker. If you want to think about containers versus images in Docker, a good way to think about it is like, this script is like an image, and when I run the script, the program that's actually running is like the container. And so like, it's one of those terminologies that gets mixed up a lot in Docker. You know, people will interchangeably use container and image. In fact, like huge companies make this mistake as well, including Amazon, who has this Elastic Container Registry. However, it stores images. It does not store containers. It's just like, it bothers me on like a fundamental level, but there's nothing I can do about it, and obviously I can't fix it now. It's too late to undo this mistake. It should have been called Elastic Image Registry, but oh well. This is Amazon's hosted Docker registry. The endless server says, "I broke my whole installation of QGIS by upgrading PyQt in the virtual env of QGIS." Oh, that seems bad. Knowledge says, "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." Oh, I see. It looks like... "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." "I was wondering why stream is constantly buffering, only to looks like..." Only to look at the only Windows computer on the network. Guess fucking what? I bet it's downloading Windows updates. That'd be funny. BTCF says, noticed you have used Ubuntu image instead of Python. I agree with your reasoning. I think the same. It is just weird that in tutorials they do not use virtual enums. Yeah, in tutorials they don't use it because there's a little bit more setup. I don't know, any tutorial that I'll do will obviously use it because that's the approach that I use. But yeah, a lot of tutorials will just skip that, or they'll use the like Python image directly. I tend to not. I mean, the Python image is fine. Do I have one already? No. Docker pull Python 3.8. So the Python images, well, at least this form of them is based on Debian, I want to say, and so you'll see similar packages and similar installation approaches as you would with Ubuntu. The only like unfortunate thing about these images is they include a bunch of other stuff that you don't really need, mostly to make it easier to install NumPy, which like lol NumPy. Python 3.8 bash. But they do one weird thing which I really don't like. Right? What is your package? What is this one? Yeah, it's Debian. They do one thing that I don't really like, and that's this Python that they put into the image is built from scratch, and so it has some different characteristics that you would. Well, it acts a little bit differently than one that you would get from like your operating system package manager. But I don't know, it's fine. It's just a sudo make install instead of a well packaged package. But it works well enough, I guess. But I don't. Yeah, again, I don't like these images because the way they built this image is they installed the full compiler toolchain. So you'll see like there's a whole GCC in here. There's a whole probably G++ as well. Yeah, they have a full like C++ compiler toolchain baked into this image, and so it's a little chunky. Docker images grep Python. Yeah, it's almost a gigabyte. Whereas we look at my Docker images grep, my little test image, which has a full of course it matches latest. My little test image was only 160 megs. So like quite a different size scale there. And so unfortunately that happens. Let's see. You need to create a user with inside Docker that's the same user ID as the host. Oh yeah, you can actually get around that. You can use, let's see, for mounting to /code read write, you can use -- user id -g to id -u. This will grab your group ID and your user ID and then run the container as that user. It actually doesn't matter that the user doesn't exist inside the image. You'll get some weird output like, can't find name for group ID 1000, and I have no name because the user ID has no name. But you'll see now like this mounted directory is owned by user 1000, which outside of my container, I am user 1000. And if we touch, WAT here and look here, this WAT file is already owned by me because of the way that I ran this container. And so you can work around the user restriction there. And so not everything has to be as root. But there's some like caveats to this. If we try and, mess with some file at root, and, caveats or bonuses, like this might be a good thing depending on how your system is set up. Because I'm running as another user, I can't actually touch anything outside of this directory. I can touch stuff in temp though, due to the sticky bit. That's a whole different story. But yeah, that's how you would do that with -- user. You could also set up the user manually in your image, but I find that like, one, it's unnecessary, and two, like, it feels a little bit messy to do that in your image. Python Codebot says, would you use Docker to skip the whole process of installing things like Postgres and MySQL? Sometimes. Often when I want to try something out and I don't really want to install it on my system, yeah, I'll use Docker to like demo it. Now it says, why are you showing off your Stack Overflow privileges? Yeah, because I have a lot of points there. I gotta flex it once in a while, right? Look at all my point. Where's my points? Usually they're right here. Oh, maybe it's because it's there we go. Close to 30,000. But yeah, I have a lot of Stack Overflow grab. But I find it fun. I don't know why I find it fun. Masuk says, but you shouldn't use Alpine images for Python development anyway. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Flow 135. Man, I'm so far behind on chat. Flow 135 says, how big is the Arch Docker images? Docker pull Arch. That's not what it's called. Arch Docker image. Arch Linux. Of course, why would it just be Arch? Oh boy. I suspect the Arch Linux image is going to be a chunky boy. Why is it so big? Come on, you can do it. I believe. Docker images, grab Arch. Oh, the Arch image is 410 megabytes. It's a little bit big. But if that was a Windows image, there'd probably be like 20 gigabytes if I needed stuff. Yeah, the Windows images are huge. But I don't have Docker for Windows installed, so I can't really show it. But yeah, the Windows images are giant. Culminator says, just play it fast and loose and pip install the system interpreter for everything. This is how you get some sadness. Now it just says, volumes are just documentation detail. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fedora Silverblue is awesome for that reason. Read-only operating system and development environment powered by containers. Interesting. PMAF99 says, image is a class, container is an instance. Yes, that's another good way to think of it. Nasic says, Fedora project clearly didn't have the idea first. I still think that Nix or GUIX do it better, but I also have to try to be sure. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, if you say the word think, the bot gets prints out some Pythons, which is pretty good. Code Show says, yeah, the idea existed before, even in Fedora. It was in the Atomic project, just an implementation, but that is nice of Fedora, but my opinion is biased. Yeah, and even like snaps in Ubuntu are kind of the same idea, although I don't really like snap because other reasons. Hey, Code Show. Oh, you got a nice Python emote too. I like it. So it's the true logo. Why don't they use a multi-stage drill? Yeah, that's a good question. It would be nice if they did. That way they could get rid of some of the overhead. But I think, like, at least for the Python image, they include all that toolchain, so it's easier to install stuff that need the toolchain. But I would never use that image in production. I prefer user ID 1337. That's true. It's true. Hey, what's up, Jay Dishin? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And Marco, hello, welcome back. Ooh, Docker fun again. Yeah. I haven't played with Docker in a while, or at least I haven't gone into like the amount of detail that I've gone into today. But I think this has been a pretty good, pretty good little tutorial bit. This is the kind of stuff that I want to like chop off into other videos and like, edit up and put it up on YouTube, because I feel like this stuff is like kind of useful for people in some way, but I don't know. It's so much work to edit, so I just don't do it. Wait, what was I saying that you can't see under my webcam? What is my face in the way of? Ah! I don't remember which. Oh, my rep. Oh, on Stack Overflow. Yeah. Okay, I'll show it again. You gotta flex twice. It's hidden by the camera. There we go. 30,000 rep. Big number. Oops, that's too big. 30,000. But anyway, that's me and Stack Overflow. We don't care about that. I get a chance now. Insert message to create chat depth. Can't even flex right. Yeah, you got me there. Well, you didn't want to pay for Windows Pro? Are you even a dev? I have Windows Pro. I just don't like to, let's see. I think I have Windows Pro. Control panel. System. Where is it? Isn't it right here? Windows 10 Pro, yeah. I have the Pro version. Are you streaming on YouTube? Also, no. I just upload my content to YouTube after the fact. Ever tried Flatpak? That is worse. No, I've not tried Flatpak. I don't really know what that is. Butcher says, comparable to Snap, there's Flatpak. Oh, I guess Flatpak is like Snap. I see. This probably makes the whole operating system read-only. If you change it, you need to build it again. Oh, that makes sense. Don't forget to move your camera. Yeah, I could just, you know, dance around like that. I'd need to play the tutorial at 0.25 speed. Well, in theory, I would probably slow down when actually doing a tutorial, not just like zoom through everything. But yeah. You would actually be able to play it at 0.25 speed because YouTube lets you do that. 8 badges. Oh, I have 8 gold badges, yeah. Right? Yeah, I only have 8 gold badges, which, like, I feel like gold badges... Oh, you can't see them. Yeah, only 8 gold badges. Which, like, I don't know how... Like, I'm not good at getting badges. Then again, it's Stack Overflow. Who gives a fuck? RKJ says, have you automated the process of setting up a new virtual machine, or do you not do it so often to make it worth the benefit? Yes, I have actually automated it. I've gotten it to the point where... I've gotten to the point... Well, I don't have it, like, fully automated with, like, Packer or whatever. But I've gotten it to the point where I download the VM image, I start VirtualBox, I go through the, you know, operating system setup. That part's manual. I click through, you know, create my username, set the time zone. So that part's still manual. But then all I need to do is drop an SSH key on the image, or on the VM, clone this repository, and then run this script, and it sets everything up for me. I've declaratively set up all of my configuration in here. So you can see, like, you know, I've even set it down to the point where I download a specific package to get my my desktop background that I like, and then I set the various settings to update that. But I've it's a bit over-engineered. I even have it set up so, like, if I have the if I'm installing Ubuntu onto a MacBook Pro, I even have, like, a little thing to override the touchpad configuration. Where is the file for that? Files, Xorg, Synaptics. Yeah, so I've adjusted the scrolling speed. Makes Apple's touchpad scroll less wild. Good job, me. But yeah, it's mostly set up nicely. But yeah, there's still a little bit of manual stuff. Let's see. Flatpak is the Fedora version of Snaps. Oh, I see. Cool. Nice. What kind of a developer are you if you use Windows to develop? Yeah, that's true, Marco. A games developer. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Or enterprise software. I'd like to reach a point where I have a nice Windows developing environment just to avoid having to set up VirtualBox. Mine's actually not bad on Windows. I don't like to do it there because I'm, you know, faster on Ubuntu, but I can do development on Windows, and occasionally I need to for, like, some of the cross-platform stuff that I work on. Using Windows and Linux and VM to develop, yeah. KVM is greater than Hyper-V. I don't know the difference. Well, I don't know that I've used both of them to compare them. The manual part is what I was asking about. Yeah. Like, in theory, I could eventually change it so that I'm using, like, Packer to set stuff up, but, like, the benefit is not really there for me. Ursula Hamster says, Andy, I found the guy after 2 years that was connecting all the time to my network. Can I send a pastebin? Yeah, sure. Links in chat are completely fine. Mousix says, by the way, is there a Python package with all the CSS colors already mapped? I think that would be better than mapping the common names manually in babi. So the thing is, the CSS names are not standardized, if I remember right. CSS color names. Yeah, so what you're referring to is this file right here where I have mapped white and black. Those are the only colors that I've mapped. We're not clicking on W3 schools. Fuck that. MDN. Yeah, so these are the colors and they're presumably equivalent names. However, if you look at web save colors, there are these colors, but they don't necessarily always map up. Yeah, there's a formal web save color standard. False. But yeah, like these are also the named colors, but they don't always match up exactly. And some browsers interpret them slightly differently, and so like the actual colors for these is not quite correct. So even if you were to find a mapping that mapped the named colors to their presumed hex code, it wouldn't necessarily match up always. And because of this, I don't think people really use these named colors in their themes. They tend to use the hex codes. Now, I think white and black are probably the one exception there, because like white is unambiguously FFF and black is unambiguously trip zeros. But yeah, it would be nice to like maybe like if I find a theme in the wild that actually uses named colors besides white and black, then maybe I'll consider it. But I haven't seen that yet, so yeah. Thunk. Yeah, you did get outplayed there, Mousix. The Python is it's got a little regex there. Andy writes code Twitch chatbot. Let's see, bot.py. Python. Yeah, here we go. Oh, not that one. Not that one either. Here we go. If you do thoink, think or thinking, or thunking, then it'll give you 5 of these Pythons with trailing white space. I didn't bother fixing the trailing white space, but you know, such is life. No one knows that there's trailing white space in Twitch chat. It's fine. Is your pastebin in German and English? Oh, it's very it's very German. Oh, I see. So you found somebody through a whois lookup. Whois. That's how I said it. Oh my god. So there's this thing called this. This is where you can like look up who owns a domain name, and I'd never heard it pronounced out loud, and like didn't really think about it, because it spells out who is, and that's like why it's called that. But inside my head, I said "wois" for the longest time until somebody had actually said it, and and I had actually said it out loud. Maybe the X11 colors? Well, there's only 8 of them, right? There's a lot more of them. But the thing is, like, even if there's the X11 colors, no one's going to be using the X11 color names in a theme that's designed for web browsers. Because the theme setup was originally intended to be rendered in HTML. And so that's where these colors come from. So that's why I had to support, for instance, short hexes here. Which I wasn't until I found a theme that broke because of short colors. But I don't know. This works, and until it doesn't work, and then I'll fix it. I never forget a face. Would be ironic to call the cops now, right? Yeah, that would be funny. Wolfsbird says, "Huo, whiz." Woes. Oh, I see. You spelled out Woes. I get it. Duh. It's alright. My coworker pronounced numpy as numpy. Some people do that. And pipey. That I get that one a lot. Like pipey is pipey. It's like, or they'll pronounce it as pie pie, and I'm just like, no. Oh. Cries inside. Oh, try this domain name. I'm a little scared. I'm gonna try it off screen first, just because I'm scared. Oh, it's SpongeBob clip. Which SpongeBob clip is it? Oh, I have it muted. All right, fine. Also, the HTML doc type is broken. They forgot a little character here. There's supposed to be less than there. They just have they have a YouTube iframe.
Hallo, Mr. Krabs. Heute machen wir Party.
Ich mach heute Party.
It's in German.
Machst du heute Party? Ich mach heute Party. Machst du heute Party, SpongeBob?
Ich mach heute Party. Machen Sie heute Party.
The voice actors are actually quite similar to the English ones.
Ich mach heute Party. Machst du heute Party?
Ich mach heute Party.
They're a little bit different, but like
Hey, Mr.
similar voices. That's funny. Chumpstone Max says, how many rickrolls do you allow per person? I don't know. I've posted a lot of rickrolls on stream so far. I'm a bloody beginner, and our cybercops were unable to find him. Huh. Well, surprised they didn't try the Whois lookup. Anyway, let's actually write some code. It's been 50 minutes, and we haven't. I mean, we did a little Docker tutorial. I guess I wrote this one line of code. Docker syntax. Oops, can't spell head. There we go. Okay, so one thing that I wanted to work on today is Babi's startup is heavily impacted by the number of syntaxes that are installed. So as I add more and more syntaxes, Babi gets slower and slower to start. And I gotta fix that. Because like every time I add one of these, it gets slower. And we can show that with profiling, and then I'm gonna try and fix it. It's a Russian name with a German last name, and I watched SpongeBob at the same time I found it. Nice. So I wanted to show the slow startup. Oh, I guess I can show the stuff that I worked on last time as well. I don't know why I ran a virtual over there. It's gone now. We did a couple of things last time. We made Babi from standard in work, which is kind of cool. Oh, there's the other thing that we did. We improved this output so that you get like bolded letters for the choices here. You can say no with N. And we added Sarcastic Dante in chat actually added another feature where you can open a file. Should probably change this prompt because it's not clear what's happening right now if you just look at this. Oh, that's weird. These all show up as space. Weird. Not what I expected, but whatever. But yeah, this allows us to open up files, which is kind of cool. But yeah, we should probably change that prompt. Pavan Kumar says, do you publish all your Twitch videos to YouTube? Yes, I do. And you can find, shameless self-promotion, you can find my previous videos on YouTube at youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode, so it's the same as my Twitch channel. Currently I have 420 subscribers. But yeah, you can find all of my previous content up here. Well, not all of it, because I only started uploading to YouTube last January, so. But there's a good, like, 1,000 hours of content up there. Content. just said to Dalrite, told him to screw himself. Dalrite is funny. He's such a funny guy. If I ever want to watch somebody who's like actually mad at his code, I'll watch Dalrite. Oh, Culminator. If you do Bang Project, it'll link to it, or Bang GitHub, and that'll get you there. But yeah, I should probably make a command that says something memey about Babi. Meme. But yeah, Python 3. Let's see. I want to profile the startup and just the startup so we can show what's slow there. I think I can just use the perf log because that also includes the startup. The Babi perf log, and then just open up some file and then close it. And so you can see startup is taking 100 milliseconds, and then quitting only took, oh, that's super fast to quit. Exit makes sense. It's just tearing everything down. But this is what I want to fix, this 100 milliseconds here. And if we turn that into a profile, so the perf log spits out the log, but it also spits out a pstats file. This is the C profiling bit. And then I can use this tool, which I use a lot. No, gprof to dot, log.pstats, and then dot. This converts that pstats file into a dot graph, so you can see what that looks like. Dot is a tool in graph visualization. GraphViz is a package. But you basically declaratively show the map of the nodes, and it also has their styling here. And then dot will convert that into an SVG, and so then we can look at that SVG. Ursula says, honestly, I'm too proud to give the cops a star. That's my achievement. Yeah. That's pretty good. Knowledge says, Babi, the editor that will be replaced by Vabu. Yeah. Hey, what's up, C Complex? Who says the only editor better than Vabu will be CCZ. Wait, how does that work? CCY on your keyboard. Oh yeah. After Vabu. Can we make Babi improved and call it Imbabi? Wouldn't it be Babim? Okay, so anyway, here's the startup of Babi. This is kind of unavoidable. Oh wait, no, this is the thing to fix. Yeah, this is the unavoidable chunk over here, which is the actual syntax highlighting, which is here. But you can see we're only spending 50% of our time doing our actual draw loop. The first draw loop. The first draw loop is always going to be slow, and there's not really much I can do there. So like we're always gonna eat 40-ish milliseconds on the first draw. But we should not be spending 50 milliseconds doing a bunch of work that we're not going to use. And the reason this happens is we're eagerly loading every single one of the grammars, which is partially necessary but partially completely unnecessary. So we'll need to adjust this startup, or this approach here. And we can actually show the code for that. The other tool, the thing that I used to demo this, actually has the same problem. This TextMate highlights thing, which is where I often iterate on this code. And grammars, yeah. So this is this load code right here, where we're loading from a syntax directory. Oh, you're talking about denial of service, yeah. I feel like orchestrating your own denial of service attack is not necessarily a good idea. But yeah, this is the slow part right now, and so I want to optimize this. And my think here, and the reason that I currently load all the grammars all the time, always, is kind of two reasons. One is when we pick which language we're going to highlight the syntax as, we actually have to loop through all of them and check whether they match the particular file. However, this information is only part of the grammar. So if we look at local share babi TextMate Python, what do you mean? Oh, I forgot a dot. Okay. So this is the information that's actually used to determine whether a file matches or not. And so it's just this file types and first line match information. And we can... oh, sorry. I just got distracted by this regex, and I was like, why would you always look for a number? But then I saw the star after it. But yeah, we can split this out and kind of cache this information and not bother to parse the rest of the file. And that should make that a lot faster. The other idea... Yeah, let's actually try and just lazily parse the files first. And then I don't have to like build a cache structure. I would still read all the files, and so we would still... Let's see, how long does reading the files take? We spend 6 milliseconds in JSON loading. And... Oh no, that's the... Wait, no, that's this. Yeah, we spend 6 milliseconds loading JSON, which is not super fast. We'll probably speed that up a little bit as well. No, let's try and get this, attack this chunk first, and then maybe we'll think about optimizing loads. Because I think there's a way to optimize this, but it's probably less worth it. Let's see. Culminator says, "Is it not based on the file extension?" It's two parts. One is based on the file extension, which is this here. And then for extensionless files, it will also check the first line. Or I guess, yeah, is that how it works? Well, that's how it works in my version of the program. The other option that would speed this up even more is just to avoid that entirely and use this library called identify, which is what precommit uses to figure out what the file types are. And it uses a similar approach to this. It has basically this mapping of a bunch of file extensions to what they're classified as. As you can see, like, it knows that a PHP4 file is a PHP file, or you know, a thrift file. Well, thrift is thrift. Huh, who would have thought? But like TF is a Terraform file. And so I could use this same mapping. And I do eventually want to use this same mapping because it gets us nice things like, where's setup.cfg? Yeah, like it would know that setup.cfg is an INI file. And there's no way to actually represent this inside the TextMate format. Like you can't know that a pipfile.lock file is JSON. It just doesn't work. So what does the Docker one look like? Docker. Yeah, literally just matches Docker file. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's name. I was thinking of scope name. Okay, this is what I expect. Name doesn't do anything there. But yeah. Shixford says, "What are you working on?" I'm working on improving this performance here. That's the plan, at least. Ursula Hamster says, "Well, okay, the good advice of the cops was use Onion instead of VPN or both together. VPN doesn't protect." Yeah, that's true. And Zach says, "What program did you use to create such a log file?" So the babi log file is actually part of babi itself. But you could create a similar pstats file using cprofile directly. But I actually have this performance class, and the reason that I have this special class and I'm not just using cProfile directly is when you open a text editor, right now it's sitting in a function call. And if you were to profile, actually we can just show that. Python 3-m cProfile, which babi -o log2.pstats. So this is just like a normal profile of this code, and you'll notice that like right now I'm just kind of like not doing anything here. And when I quit out and I analyze this profile, and gprof to log2.pstats tsvg log2.svg. We look at this SVG. We spend all of our time in curses.getwch. We spend 10 seconds because that's how long I just sat there and didn't do anything. And this profile is basically useless. This doesn't actually tell us anything interesting about what's going on in the actual code. Although you can still see the startup code here. That's kind of funny. The startup code is still taking a significant chunk of the time, even when one of the functions takes 9 seconds, which is wild. Yeah, we don't even see the draw loop here. That's how slow this is. Oh yeah, so the reason I have a custom perf is to ignore this getwch function. And so what perf actually does is it has a start and a stop method, which basically records the time between the keyboard inputs. And so we use it in, actually, let's use the brand new feature to open a new file without closing babi. Look at that, fucking fancy. Yeah, so when we retrieve a character from the keyboard, we stop the performance, we retrieve the character, and then we restart the performance with whatever character we're gonna get. And that's how we kind of get that little log there. And so, and then at the end, when the process tears down, it spits out this little log. So it's part of babi itself. PM99, you might have an executable file without extension. Yeah, so like that example that we had before when I was playing with the Dockerfile thing. This script here has no extension, but if we open it with nano, well, I think babi would work here, right? Yeah. It noticed based on this first line here that this is Python code. And so that's how that works. But even though like this isn't called myscript.py, but yeah, that's that. C Complex says my first ever editor is going to be named MSP. You should just call it psp, right? Hey, what's up? Don't drink and drive, bro. Hello. This is a cool thing. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I agree. The Endless River says, maybe a dumb question from a non-CS guy, but is an integer always 4 bytes and a double 8 bytes? I think a double is always 8 bytes, but int is implementation defined. I think double must be at least 8 bytes. Let's see, double, C++, specification, fundamental types, double. It says usually. Usually. So it doesn't, I guess it's not specified either. Oh, this is for the named types. Prior to C++20, the C++ standard allowed any signed integer representation, and the minimum guaranteed range of n-bit signed integers was from this, which corresponds to the limits of 1's complement or sign in magnitude. Oh, interesting. C++20 has switched to require 2's complement. Interesting. I did not know that. But yeah, an int could be Yeah, here we go. Here's what I was looking for. Short and unsigned short must be at least 16 bits, but it could be larger. Same with just int. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen a compiler where int is a 16-bit integer. Long must be at least 32, and long int must be at least 64. But yeah, could be different. Ursula says, I'm cool with OX. I'm the commander. If there's a review on GitHub, I'm not fighting against them. If I only find information in Russian or Chinese, I'm not that merciful. Yeah, never that simple, right? Right? The endless server? It would be nice if it was simple. Okay. But, I think I'm gonna try and optimize it here first in highlight demo. That way I can profile it. Well, that way I can profile without, you know, worrying about the text editor. And we can use a really, really small file to minimize the highlighting differences. Hey, what's up, TubeWorm? Welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Hello, hello. That's a good emote. I like it. Let's see. We can run with some small file. Run. Cool. Still not self-hosting, baby? Yeah, I am, I promise. See? This is Babby. It's happening. And I'm actually doing it the same way that you suggested, so... I have 2 installs of it. One of them is here inside of my home virtual environment. And then as I develop on it, I'm using unstable Babby. So if I want stable Babby, I use nano Babby / screen. If I want unstable Babby, I'll use Babby / screen. What is Babby? Babby is my text editor, Ursula. It's what makes this nicely colored. It's like Nano, but way better. Yes, true. Hey, what's up, Mindful Fox? Hello. Bob, oh hi. That's a good one. Oh hi. Drew Cooper-son says, I think I passed my exam for data structures, but I'm disappointed I got a 70. I made stupid mistakes and could have given me more points. Wow, you could have earned more points is what you really should say. What was I doing? Oh yeah, run. Okay, very, very small file, very much like the time here will be the overhead and not the actual rendering. But if we do Python 3, Python-mc profile -o log.pstats, run, and then -o, no. .tsvg log.svg. Okay, so this will generate our SVG. Okay, so this is highlight demo. With a whole bunch of stuff that I don't care about. Where is the root that we want to ignore? Because we don't care about import time. This is the way we want, I think. Oh, I did not want to Google search for that. Oopsies. There we go. So there's an option to gprof to dot to pick the root node and not care about anything above that. So we're going to do that by doing -z. -z this thing. And so now if we look at this, we get a much more straightforward output here. If I'm viewing the thing, what they put on the syllabus, they said a typical exam would be 60 for passing. Is it free? It looks fancy, like the macOS one, just better. Yes, it's on GitHub. It's not done yet, but it does kind of work. It'll get better. There's some stuff that's like super rough around the edges, but it'll improve over time, hopefully. But you can get it from here. It's off from the sensors. Passing is good. That's true too, Worm. Passing is good. But yeah, here's Babby. Here's some demo screenshots. The particular theme I'm using here is the Visual Studio Dark theme. Drew Cooper's son is in school and is worried about passing classes. Problems that I have not thought about in what, 7 years? Well, I would say I haven't thought about them in 7 years, but very frequently I wake up in a cold sweat. I'm like, oh my god, I'm late for my exam, but then I laugh and I remember, ha, I haven't been in school for a long time. Evan Kumar P. Oh, now I see your name. Do you use VS Code and have you made any contributions? I don't use it, but I have made contributions. Microsoft VS Code. So I have one patch to VS Code. That said, I've contributed to other stuff around VS Code. So like I've improved some of the syntax grammars and like built some other improvement patches to other stuff that eventually end up in VS Code, just indirectly. But here's my one well 2-line patch, 4, 5, 6 character patch, and this was a bit of a rabbit hole. But the only reason I contributed here is because using pre-commit inside VS Code was breaking stuff, which was from this issue. This was the stack trace that they were getting. Lookup error, unknown encoding, empty string. But yeah, ended up finding it in VS Code and then fixed VS Code, and then I fixed CPython as well. CPython had the same bug, and Tox had the same bug. Everyone had the same bug, but then we ended up fixing it. So that's my one contribution to VS Code. Not all that much, but it is a thing. I patched the Python bullshit to work with poetry, but it's trash, so it's mine only. I know that feel. Ursula says, "Fuck school. You learn from life." Yeah, that's also some decent advice there. I feel like I've learned a lot more not being in school. But that might just be me. Okay. Anyway, let's make this green less green. Is the plan for today. And I think the way I'm going to approach that is well, we really just need to touch this grammars class. Yeah, add some complexity here. Wait, grammars is public? Why? Did Babby need it to be public? Well, I know why it's public. I think. No, I don't know why it's public. Oh. Yeah, that's a problem. We passed this dictionary directly into this thing. Oh, that means I need to refactor a bunch of this stuff. Using Babby to edit Babby, yeah. We're going next level, Culminator. We're repairing the engine as it's running. Oh, that's annoying. I really wanted to lazily load these grammars. So we'll have to fix that a bunch. Annoying. Annoying. And we'll have to change how this works too. Oh, that's annoying. It's really annoying. Maybe we'll change this from being a list of grammars to being a list of grammar dictionaries. Because that really throws off my tests too. Ah. um. Yeah, unfortunately, the way I designed this is not a great structure for adjusting this and making it fast. So we'll have to fix this thing. Ursula, what? That's wild. Beating children solves problems, right, Twoworm? I don't think that's quite accurate. Yikes. Okay, so the problem here is I have this I'm using grammar as my primitive, and really need this to be lazily evaluated. Alright, let's just change the code, tell with the tests, and then we'll fix the tests afterwards. So we need to move a lot of this stuff around. From syntaxter. This will instead be list of dict or any for our grammars. This is not quite right either. Wow. Twoworm says, how do I force myself to use a standing desk? I feel like that one's hard. Mindful Fox has a nice link. Talking about children and forks. Suffragier noun. A person that is happy when children die before their parents do. Oh. Or when parents die and take their children with them. Or just have the parent kill the child after they've finished their job. Yeah. Way back, I worked on an operating system whose first process that spawned all others was called Motherforker. Great name, but HR heard about it and asked for it to be changed. Bummer. Bummer for that department. Coleman says, what version of Python is Babi written in? It should work in Python 3.6 or newer. I mostly develop it using 3.6, but it also works in 3.7, 3.8, 3.9. In 3.7 plus, you can annotate a class return in a method now. You mean instead of doing this? Yeah, you would use from future import annotations, and then this. Yeah, you can do this now in 3.7, because this feature import causes type annotations to all be deferred. I guess not even deferred, it just doesn't evaluate them at all. Essentially treats these all as strings, whereas in 3.6 they're evaluated at import time. And if you don't have this feature, they're also evaluated. Presumably this will become the standard practice in like 3.10 or 3.11 or something, but it hasn't happened yet. And since 3.6 doesn't have that feature, and I'm still targeting 3.6 for now, it will do that. Yeah, the future annotation says 4.0, but 4.0 is not going to happen. So if we look at this. Oh, this is the 3.6 version of it. If we look at 3.7, and we look at annotations, it says that it will happen in 4 alpha, but I'm pretty sure this is getting changed. Python, it might have already been changed. Let's see. Lib future annotations. Nope, still hasn't been changed yet, but there's a bug on the bug tracker that is suggesting this gets changed. Because Python 4 is hopefully many, many years off, otherwise, you know, everything will burn if it isn't. But yeah. Why evaluate this at all? So before annotations were used for type checkers, you could use them for other stuff, and so people would stick, like, you know, information in here and then use that information at runtime, and so it was useful to evaluate them. But then as type annotation and type checking became the predominant use of these annotation fields, like the need to evaluate them kind of goes away. Very JavaScriptish. Yeah, Dark Tower Builder. It's kind of like TypeScript, and it's the same idea as TypeScript. It's like TypeScript or Flow typed or the other various gradual typing implementations, where like you add type comments and it changes, like it influences how a type check would work. Oh, I forgot to turn my lights on today. That's why it's so dark. There, now I'm a little bit brighter. Oh shit! C Complex with 5 gift subs. Damn, look at all these people that are now subs. Thank you, C Complex. That's super awesome. Ursula, The Endless River, Nalaj, Andrew Lane, and Husky all got subs out of that. Awesome. Thank you. It's because I turned the lights on, right? Now we get to watch the notifications for a bit. Yeah, now you all can Python. Drew Cooperson says, do you think I'm fine on that anytime? Yeah, you'll probably pass. Yeah, you can access annotations at runtime, which is kind of weird. Some things do it though, but I would never do it because I only use it for type checking. Python 4 is like a unicorn. No, Python 4 is gonna break shit. I talked about this last stream, but I'll talk about it again. So 6, for instance, this very popular library that's probably one of the most depended on libraries in the Python ecosystem, will be horribly broken in Python 4. And the reason for that is this constant, system_version_info, the first entry of it will no longer be a 3, it will be a 4. And so this constant here will be false. And if we scroll down a little bit more, if Py3 will also be false, and so we won't have the Python 3 behaviors, we'll suddenly have the Python 2 behaviors. And this line will immediately crash in Python 4 because base string will not be a thing. And any similar code that makes this same mistake will also have problems. And so essentially we kind of have to, like, you know, move past 6 before we can upgrade this. And the thing about this is many people have tried fixing 6, and this guy, who is part of the core developers, has refused all of those patches. Interestingly, the 3.4 constant is correct. So whoever did this one did it right, but these ones are wrong. And so yeah, we're gonna have sad times when Python 4 becomes a thing. But hopefully it's fixed by then. Actually, I don't think 6 is gonna get fixed, given what the maintainer said. So the only hope is really that the entire ecosystem stops using 6 before, you know, impending doom. But it's really sad. But anyway, I wrote a linter for this because that's what I like to do. Called Flakegate 2020, and the reason it's called 2020 is in 2020 we'll either get Python 3.10 or Python 4. Presumably we'll get 3.10. There's a series of other problems that happen when Python 3.10 becomes a thing. And I can actually already demo those because I built a fake 3.10. A lot of code does sys.version:3, which will suddenly report Python 3.1 instead of 3.10, and so, you know, oh no, I changed my VM size. Damn it. Mistakes were made. Oh. Let me fix this, sorry. I should really make it so I can't resize it. Oh, I resized it a lot. I think that's right. What was the tool that we used the other day to show? Damn, what was it called? History, grab to apt-get install. I think I just did apt install. NeoFetch. This will tell me my screen resolution, right? Oh, okay. So it's good. We did it. Sorry. Professional streamer, definitely don't resize your windows in the middle of working on this. But yeah, Python 3.10 has a similar problem to Python 4, but in different ways. So I wrote a linter that checks for all of these different ways that you could mess this up. And so you can install this with a Flake 8 and check these against your code already in the current year, instead of fast forwarding until it's a problem. And I've actually used this to fix a bunch of stuff in the ecosystem already. For instance, I fixed virtualenv, I fixed talks, and I fixed setup tools. And some other people have fixed some other stuff. Oh. TubeWorm says, is 6 dying along with Python 2? Hopefully. I removed it from all of my projects. Drew Cooper 7 says, what makes you say that? I mean, if you're above average, and average is usually like a C-, then you're probably in the passing range. You just switched to Linux like a good boy. Yeah. But I also do not Linux things, so. Anyway. Code. We're gonna write code. That's what we're doing today. Anthony writes code. Okay, so grammars will now be a list of the raw JSON. Grammars equals grammar scope name. We could just use that. I think that'll work. Yeah. What will Python 4 bring us? Hopefully not much. Hopefully it won't change too much. Hopefully it will not be like the Python 2 and 3 migration. Arcade Shay. Anthony writes COD. Yeah, we're gonna do a fishing stream, right? That would be funny. Or were you trying to ping me for something? And now I'm just being silly. Okay, so we have raw grammars. This will avoid us doing that expensive startup. I'm trying to run your code from Windows and I got this error. OCI, executable IT. Oh, so Docker. Yeah. Is it this tab? Yeah. So Docker is very sensitive to the order in which you pass arguments. So you need to have all the flags at the beginning. So for instance, I put Docker run test up here instead of back here. We'll get a similar error. Of course, mine in this case is rm instead of -ti. But this will show you the same error that you're seeing. And so the fix is to just put the image name and command at the very end. Yeah, so this is one of those, and another annoying thing about Docker is that the command ordering, or the argument ordering, is very, very specific. Maybe that's why nothing works, because it's Windows, yeah. I just remembered your explanation of your Twitter handle, yeah. Fishing stream after the Animal Crossing stream, though, right? Tuberm is a BSD person, yeah, I remember that. I might stream Pokemon tomorrow. That might be a thing that I do. Because I haven't streamed Pokemon in a really long time, and I kind of want to play. But we'll see how I feel. Because I'm not super sure about that, but anyway. Oh, the argument order thing is pretty prevalent in BSD. Yeah, makes sense. The one that really grinds my gears, oh my god, this one really fucks me up. So often I'll do like get grep, I don't know, screen, for instance. And then it'll be like, oh, I just want the files that contain screen, so I'll put -l here. And this fucking error message just drives me insane. Fatal, option -l must come before non-optional arguments. Just shut the fuck up and do it for me. You know what's wrong. You know how to fix it, program. Just, you know, move this little guy over here, and then it's not a problem anymore. But no, we can't have nice things. Can't have nice things, get grep. Also, grep is fine with it, if I remember right. Screen -l babi/main.py. Yeah, grep is fine. It's just get grep. Ugh, it just drives me fucking insane. And I've tried to fix it, but unfortunately Git is written in depth 1. And not all of the Git commands are like this. Like this one I put a positional before a flag and it worked fine. Grep.c. Git grep must come. Yeah. I am 5 years old. In C files. Verify file name. Why is the highlighting all messed up here? Oh, I know why. I know why it's messed up. Babi doesn't properly support tabs, and so there's tabs here. So that's why the highlighting is all messed up. Like if I type characters in here, you can see it doesn't match up with the cursor. It renders in the correct width because tabs are supposed to be 8 spaces or something. This is the weird indentation where... Oh, hey, what's up, Paul? I know your first name, sorry. Thank you for the follow. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I'm sorry. But welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Person in Gansel. Awesome. I will remember that for next time. But welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. And Kay Sanchez, thank you as well for the follow. Let's see. Partial integration. I was wondering why Sophos only blocks special sites on Edge. Now I'm wondering about. Now I'm not wondering about anything anymore. It's Windows for you. Humans are generally terrible at writing software, as it turns out. Yeah, you're right, RKJ. But yeah, the highlighting is all sorts of messed up because this has mixed tabs. Well, actually, it has tabs in general. Babi just doesn't know anything about tabs. But I have a bug for that. I'll fix it eventually. But I don't use tabs, so it's not a high priority. It's yeah, tab size. But yeah, I need to fix it eventually. But till then, it's just gonna be broken. Ursula, I'm so confused what you're talking about. I have no idea. But yeah, this is the code that causes this to break. Verify file name. I think it's in this file then. grep.c verify file name. Where is it called from? Built-in /grep. Anything left over is presumed to be a path, but in the non-dash dash. Presumably there's more characters past here that I just can't see. Nope. Okay. In the non-dash dash do what I mean case, we verify and complain when that isn't true. That sentence is a wild one. But yeah, it would be really nice if Git just fixed this into the right thing, the right thing, but alas, it doesn't. So I continue to complain about it every time. As the control P, sarcastic Dante, I've used it once already today. And this one. Oh wait, no, not that file. Is it here? I used it already, and I realized one thing about it that needs fixing. Oh right, this is broken. This was supposed to be the other file. I'm not supposed to be editing this here. This is supposed to be in... We're supposed to be breaking it here. So that we don't... Oh yeah, and there's that nice... Oh, let's undo it so we can see it again. This nice new prompt with the bolded letters here. Typogrammers. There. Oh yeah, indeed. But yeah, one thing that I noticed about Control P is if you press it, unless you know what you're doing, this prompt is not super obvious what's going on here. So I probably have to change the prompt. Very minor though. But it works. I have not been able to reproduce that weird bug that we saw on stream yesterday. Hey, what's up, Fabden Masood? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I've not been able to reproduce that weird bug that we saw. Actually, I'm not gonna be able to find it in the video either. But I know it happened because I went back and looked at the footage, but I have no idea what characters I pressed that got me into that one place. I used it once. No, I've used it a couple times, but it does work. Just like this prompt is a place that can be improved, but it's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, so grammars needs to change from being the compiled grammars to be lazily compiled. And how do we do that? Did you just activate reverse search while opening a file? I did indeed. That's a thing that just you kind of get for free by using the same prompting stuff. So you can open a file, reverse search for, you know, screen or whatever. But yeah, it's one of those things that I spent way too much time on, but now is paying off as being like super useful. But yeah, all the anything that goes through the prompt in Babi will get the reverse search for free. Well, anything that goes through prompt and has history enabled, and it'll search using the history file for that, so you can see. These are all of the histories that I've had. Looks like the search history just goes for a really, really long time. Most of it's search history, I guess. What? Yeah, there's my open history, which that looks like a bug. This looks like a bug too. It shouldn't include this more than once. I thought I fixed that. Dang it. Or maybe that's intentional. Where's the history managed? I don't remember where the history's managed. Oh, here we go. Reverse search. Oh, it's not managed here. It is here. History data. If ret is not cancelled, only put non-empty things in the history. Oh, I see. We append if it's not the same as the previous value. That makes sense. Cool. Cool, cool, cool.
This is an alert.
Hey, what's up, Snare Chops? Thank you for the resub. Yo, this is an alert. Snare Chops also streams on Twitch, so check out his channel as well. But thank you for the resub. I like how the text-to-speech is just like, you! And then we're just gonna, like, you know, Soulja Boy up in here or whatever. But... Miss Sir Chops. What is this paste bin, Ursula? What are you sending to me? Is this more SpongeBob? Oh no, it's the same guy again. You already sent me this. I already looked at this. No, don't do that. I'm bad and inconsistent. Follow Snare Chops. Do it. Okay, so this is our blank grammar, which I don't know that we'll need anymore. Because that's the only call site. So we can get rid of that. If half exists, and so instead, just wanted to if I guess with open file name as f grammars.append json.load f12. So this method actually goes away as well. Yeah, we have no references to parse anymore. So that's that. This should be super broken. POSIX path has no attribute lister, yes. It's os.lister, not os.path.lister. I just forget that. No such file or directory, right? os.path.join. Syntax dir file name. Grammars has no attribute grammars. Perfect. Snaretop says, so are you writing Babi and Babi yet? Yes, I am. This is Babi. I'm actually working on fixing the startup cost today. Because it turns out it's super slow to load all of the syntaxes eagerly, always, all the time. And so I'm going to make it so that it only loads the one that's necessary and lazily loads the rest of them. And I have kind of two ways to improve it. Hey, what's up, Pushapek? Welcome back. Babi v0. It's actually v001, but I haven't fixed the version string yet. So this is just a hard-coded string. Eventually, I'll use like import lib resources to fix it. Tubrim says I broke my friendship. Friendship ended with Python. Golang is my best friend now. Nice. Though every error being a random string fucks me up. Yeah, it's a mess. Goes pretty nice though. Can't completely shit talk it. I mean, unless you want exceptions or generics or some reasonable things. I guess exceptions aren't necessarily reasonable, but I think generics are. You want to write a sort function 40 different ways. But anyway, I'm not gonna shit talk. Not gonna shit talk Go. That's not what we're here for. But yes, I am using Babi to edit Babi. And the way I'm doing that is I have nano inside my local bin directory pointing at a separate install of Babi, so I don't break the car while I'm driving it. Or edit, break the car while I'm driving it. That's one way to put it, I guess. Do you run your Go code that generates code from a template? Yeah, you can do that. You do need a button on your keyboard that's if error does not equal nil. And so you can use a keyboard to... You should write all of your banking code in C. Yeah, there we go. So we can leak money. So this will be my if error does not equal nil button. This is my keyboard that I use at work. Which makes it sound like I just type zeros and ones all day. No, this is another keyboard that I use at work. This is my play pause button, and this turns the lights on and off. But it's a stupid story of Linux on the desktop, and that's why I have this. They make you write Go code at work. I do write a little bit of Go at work, not that often though. I'm mostly doing Python at Lyft, but occasionally I have to write a tiny amount of Go, which actually isn't the worst. It's fine. It is nice to have a fast compiler that complains at you when you do stuff wrong though. I do like that bit. Shifty eyes, the dark side. But yeah, let's see. Run. Grammar has no attribute grammars, right? So should not call this compiled. I should call this parsed. Sure. Let's see. Grammar for scope. Sure. returns a grammar, and then we can context lib dot suppress key error. We're building kind of a little cache here. I forgot the variable name here. Scope. And then otherwise we parse it. Ret equals self dot parse scope equals grammar dot from data, or was it from dict? I don't remember. From data. From data. I guessed right the first time. Although I think I'm inconsistent here. Yeah, it's theme.fromDict, and so let's look at just definitions. Several from dicts, and how many from datas? One from data. This is the odd one out. Also, from dict, and then from dict, data. Super, super consistent. Good job, me. Okay, so that fixes that. RKJ says, one of my colleagues mistrusts anything that isn't ANSI C. God, ANSI C is real old stuff. I must, you know, have some heavily layered tinfoil hats at that level. Always fun showing him JavaScript fuckery. Paul says, this is my first stream. Are we supposed to be heckling? Of course, that's what makes it fun. I did just stand in line for an hour at the grocery store to get tomatoes. Jesus. I haven't left my house in... let's see, how many days has it been? 6? Yeah, since my marathon on Sunday. It's been 13 days since I have stepped foot outside of my house. Which, yeah, definitely not going crazy. Everything's okay. Compiler for scope. Compiler for grammar. Compiler for file. This is what we need to fix. And we need to get rid of this matches file function. No longer need that. Although we do care about this code. Save that code. We don't need this anymore. And that also means that we don't need these two attributes here. Scope name patterns repository, right. We don't need this. And we don't need this. Patterns. Double rule. Yeah, we still need that. And then we need to get rid of this here. You're missing all the best opportunities to touch your face. Yo, I touch my face so often, and it's great because I'm at home and I haven't even. It's fine because I don't interact with anyone outside, so I can touch my face. Right? Right? Sarcastic, don't take. I'm working on my own nano clone. Not crazy, by the way. I've noticed people not touching their face very much, so I've been touching people's faces for them. Going for the chaotic evil there, I see. You've already gone mad, your stream isn't even on. What? Yeah, it is. Pretty sure it is. It says I'm live. 28 people watch me, so I hope it's live. Twitch says it's live. Let's see. All trolling me, or is this actually not working? All trolling me, or is this actually not working? Okay, it's working. There's a stream. 28 people. Ursula, I'm pretty sure you're watching, right? Well, there's a stream? Is this stream real? Is anything real? Oh, that I was imagining Twitch chat. Man, that'd be some next level crazy. I did have a dream about Twitch chat the other day. God, that was fucked up. I don't remember what it was about. I just remember waking up and being like, oh my god, Twitch chat. And then being like, wait a minute. It's the middle of the night and I'm not streaming. It's, yeah, losing my mind. Are these people in the room with us now? Yeah. I am just talking to myself, so there is an argument that I've already lost it. Okay, so we have way too many functions here. This one needs to get moved up. So this is for retrieving the grammar. We also need a way to retrieve a compiler from a scope. Compiler for scope. Which is actually similar to this here. Interesting that I key it off of the grammar. Why do I key it off of the grammar? Maps a grammar to a compiler. I don't think we're ever going to expose the grammar object, so I think we can just use the scope here. Might change that later, we'll see. Let's see, grammar equals self.grammar for scope, and then compiler equals compiler, and we're gonna need to change what we pass into here, because this no longer is a thing. Maybe we just do self. Then the objects are circular. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so that gets rid of this. Compiler for scope. I guess it's public. You're public now. Hey. Blank compiler. Don't need that. Compiler for file. This is the function we need to change with this code over here. And actually, we need to know that regex up front, don't we? Error 3000, never had this. Oh, Twitch does that sometimes. You just need to refresh. Oh, you can't see this, obviously. Error 3000 is a Twitch thing. Sometimes you just need to refresh to fix it. Didn't know you could just write github/ace_babi. Really? I feel like you must have an extension that makes that work. I mean, it works because Google searches for it. But presumably you have something that makes that work. Kronborg10 says, Python noob here, what is the difference between class method and property? They're both decorators, they do very different things. I'll give you a quick demo of what both of those do. Just make a quick thing. We'll go for the fully type annotated version, just because it's a good habit. Oops, this should be... Okay, so I've made... Can you guys see that? Yeah, cool. I made a very simple class. Where is this? Just the root of temp, okay. So I made a very simple class which takes an integer, stores it as a value. At property is a decorator which changes how this function works. Behind the scenes, it's a little bit more complicated. It turns this into what's called a descriptor, which a side effect of retrieving the descriptor causes it to call this function. So it turns this function into what looks like an attribute. So we construct one of these, and then we print c.y. You can see that it prints this calculated value here. If we were to remove property here, this just becomes a normal method. And so retrieving that just gives you the method back. And so you would normally have to call this to get the result there. So that's what property does. Class method is a different decorator, which does a very different thing. Well, I guess it's not all that different. It changes how this method is looked up, again, by changing it on the descriptor layer. So that when you call this function on either an instance, so if we did c.parse 10, or if we did c.parse, we need strings. You can either call it on an instance, which is lowercase c, or the class itself, which is uppercase c, and it will always consistently pass the type of that into this first argument, and then can be used as kind of like a factory method. At least that's how I tend to use class methods in my code, is factory methods. And so you can see here that, it parsed this string 10 into the integer 10, and then made a new instance of the class. But class method behind the scenes does a little bit of magic. We can actually emulate both of these. If I remember how to do these correctly. Self function owner. No, is it instance owner? Return self.function instance. My class method. How does this work? I think that's how it works. Let's see. Yeah, that works. A little bit advanced, but this is kind of how this stuff works behind the scenes. Of course, it's implemented in C, so it's fast and not slow like this. And there's a lot more edge cases that I'm not handling here. Like there's error cases here where like you have to handle this properly, and there's error cases here where like I'm assuming instance is none here. So like normally if you access a property on the class, mine will produce an attribute error, but the actual property does this better. It will return you a descriptor object, a property object, which actually I think I can fix mine by doing if inst is none, return self. And then maybe mine is compliant. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, that's kind of how property is implemented. Super advanced stuff, wouldn't worry about understanding anything of what's going on here. I just happen to know how it works. But hopefully that describes that. And then you might ask, like, what is this @ sign in general? This is what's called a decorator. And a decorator is just syntax sugar. So this code here, we'll just put in a string for a second, is the same as well, I can copy this. This is the same as y equals my property y. It's just syntax sugar. So that's what this @ does. So this is the same as this. There's ever so slight differences, like it knows stuff about the line number and such, but it's just syntax sugar. And you actually used to write code like this in Python 2.4? Was it 2.5 that decorators are new? When were decorators added to Python? 2.4. Okay, so before 2.4. But yeah, that's decorators. Let's see. Now I'm super far behind on chat, but hopefully that answers your question, Kronborg. Class method is called in the class itself. Property makes a function that is automatically called an attribute access. Yes, indeed. That's a much more short way of explaining. Hey, what's up, program? That's a nice Twitch handle. Good afternoon to you as well. Slightly afternoon for me. Yep. That's pretty much the only common thing. Make a setter. Oh. I'm not going to expand this to be setters, but there is a way to do that. Do def setter func. Hey, what's up? Evgen Minifanav. Definitely pronounced that wrong. 1978. Thank you for the follow. And program, thank you as well for the follow. But the way, so you can also do fancy stuff here. Let's put it back to the property syntax. You can change this to have setters as well. At y.setter, def y setter. Do this, and then you override double under set. I don't know the signature for set though, so never mind. We're not gonna implement set because I never do it. But anyway, that's how that works. And so, if you had an actual property, you could make a setter here. What is this? Did I miss something? No, we just went into question and explain mode. Someone has remote access to your computer. I cannot block domains, only IP addresses. What? That seems bad if somebody is messing with your computer. Tubeworm says, how the fuck do you remember this? Yeah. I remember a lot of stuff that I don't really need to know. Unfortunate. But I'll have to study decorators, I see. Yeah, that would eventually get you to here. Can I actually do anything useful with the property object? Yes. You can, so sometimes, we'll show that, I guess. Occasionally you need to use a property, you need to retrieve the property at one point and then use it with instances later. And the way to do that, it's a bit silly here, but in other cases it's useful. But here's how you would do that, I think. And again, like, my property, oh, we didn't get rid of the setter code. Yeah, so here's like, I've grabbed the property instance beforehand from the class, and then maybe later I like receive a factory of instances, and so that's how you would call it later on. Slightly more correct would be to do this, but actually doesn't matter, because double under get can support one argument double under get. But the thing is, most people don't implement this branch of their descriptors. They just don't bother because this case is so rare. So most people just implement this branch, which is fair. In fact, I'm pretty sure almost all of the descriptors that I've written do something like assert inst is not none, and then do this because I'm lazy and this is close enough. But anyway, that's that. Except that the Y is not exposed until after the second definition. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Indeed. Because then if there was an exception, you're talking about when I did Y equals my property Y. It's more like anonymous Y or something like that. But it's not actually named. It doesn't receive a name until afterwards. But there isn't a way to represent that in syntax. Only an equivalent with, or close to equivalent. Hey, what's up, Heretic Hobbs? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Property seems super smart for what I'm doing, actually. Nice. Hashtag first class objects, right, Culminator? Everything is an object. Objects are objects. Types are objects. Thought about RC. Riot has bridges to it. Yeah, RC's nice. Say for me, but it's shitty memes from early 2000s. Yup. Yup. It's really useful if you need to expand checking or anything around the property, so you can do that without changing the interface. You essentially take an attribute and turn it into a function without changing the interface. Yes, definitely. What's the point of x.setter instead of simply returning the x value? You would do additional validation there. Mine was just a silly example. But if you needed to, like, you know, make sure that the value is positive or something, or like, you know, receive something as a string and instead set it as some parsed internal representation, like you could do that as part of a setter. I don't really use setters, so I don't have that many examples. Jake J24 says, you said the words double under and only now I realize what dunder is. Oh, yeah. Technically, I should be more specific when I say that. I should probably say double under instead of double under. Because there's a different double under, which is this, which triggers what's called name mangling. So this attribute is actually magically transformed into this. So it mangles an underscore and then the name of the type before the actual name of the attribute, magically. I don't remember what controls this, I just know that it happens and it's really annoying. But it is necessary sometimes. Like, the reason that name mangling exists is so that in inheritance you can have members that you're sure will not collide with other members, and it will automatically name those for you. But you could manually name mangle by doing the same thing, so I don't know, it's one of those sneaky features. Although some people are like, oh, it's so you can have like private stuff, and like it's really not private, it just changes the name magically for you. Not the setter, you'd have a read-only attribute. Yeah, that's true. Hey, what's up, Samosec? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sarcastic Dante says, I disabled all extensions and it still works. Change the default search engine to Google. Do you have like some weird DNS that resolves GitHub without the full domain? That'd be weird. Hey, what's up, Catherine? Good afternoon to you as well. I am feeling a bit better, although still stuffy, but I'm sure that'll pass eventually. And I still have a little bit of a cough, but yeah. 3 meters distance and wash your hands before you touch your face. Yeah. I'm touching my face! But it's fine, I live alone. I haven't left my house. Oh man, are the lawn people really? I really did not expect the lawn people. The lawn people are here. That kind of surprised me. There's a what is it called? Lockdown in California right now. But the people that cut the lawn, I refer to them as the lawn people. But they're here cutting the lawn. Which just I'm pretty sure you have to get like a permit, like have like special written, you know, essential employee, blah blah blah, to do that. But I guess they're just like, to hell with it. We're gonna Lonman. Yeah, it's super. In Python, we don't believe in privacy. Yeah. But anyway, that's properties. What was I doing? I don't remember. So we're just gonna. Oh, right. We need this code. That's what I was doing. We were changing this compiler for file. I think the only way to get privacy is if the import is through the from import syntax. There is a way to get true privacy in Python. Although even that can be bypassed. Let me find that fun example that I have. Actually, we can just redo it. Let's see, true private. Well, we'll just call it C. So this C class, which is actually a function, I'll actually use a property here, sure. A property def y return x plus 5, and maybe we'll do a setter as well. Property dot setter. I think this works. Print c5.y. Oops. Actually, we should do x equals y minus 5. Think that'll work? Descriptor setter requires a property object but received a function. Oh, duh. I know how to CODs. Yes. This allows you to modify this internal x variable without actually exposing this directly. If we remove the setter, just do this so that it's not assignable. This is a truly private variable. We can't set that attribute and we can't change the internal x. Which is not entirely true. There is a way to get to it. Did I put it on my wiki? Private variables via closure, yeah. Here's the same, oh, I did increment. That was a much better way. Let's just do that instead. Much better example. So you can see we can increment that private variable, but we can't actually access it or assign it. Hey, what's up, Bazingaka? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And Kronborg, thank you as well. But yeah, so what this does is it captures this variable in a closure scope, so we can only, like, this name only exists inside this function, and this only has access to it via this non-local reference in this closure reference up here. And so we can't actually mutate the variable outside of it. I say can't. There is a way to do it. By retrieving the cell object. There's actually an easier way to do this than using C types. Let's see, python 3-i t.py c.x.closure func int object has no attribute func. This one. dot closure 0. Dot cell contents. Not writable. Forget how you do this. But anyway, you can access it through C types. There's another way to do it without C types. I just don't remember how. But anyway, that's how you can have truly private data. Cronborg says, I recently switched from MATLAB to Python, so I'm trying to learn proper coding. Nice. Scoping? This looks horrific. Yeah, this is some horrific Python. Yeah, it should have been y.setter. I did eventually fix it and find it. Thank you both, Yoav and Metalstorm. You guys caught it before I looked at chat. Good old chat, catching my problems. It's not terribly uncommon to avoid Hiram's law. I don't know what that is. An observation on software engineering. Oh boy. With a sufficient number of users of an API, it does not matter what you promise in the contract, all observable behaviors of your system will be depended on by somebody. Yikes. Yeah, it's sad but true. Jake J24 says, I've never seen the arrow after functions before. What is its purpose? So these are type annotations. They don't do anything at runtime. They're mostly just special comments, but you can use them with a type checker at, before runtime. The one that I use is called MyPy, and it will validate these type annotations. It's gradual typing. Basically gives you some confidence that your code is correct before you run it. Is the X at class scope not available in the X function? This one here? Yeah, so class scoping is a little bit weird. This X refers to a different thing than this X. The bodies of classes have like a pseudo scope. I don't really remember exactly how it works, but I know there's some stuff that's like super broken in it. I think does this work? Yeah, this doesn't work. So for instance, this, like normally list comprehensions have access to all the variables inside the list comprehension and then the scope above them and the scope above them, etc., etc. But there isn't a true scope here in the class, so this ends up being a name error, even though if you were to run this outside of the class scope, y equals x for outside, it works just fine. But yeah, there's some weird scoping with classes where like things sort of work, but also sort of don't work. And for whatever reason, this has been marked not a bug, although it feels like a bug to me. But that's just me. There is some like kind of special weird stuff going on with classes, and like it kind of makes sense that it's not a bug, but at the same time, like I've seen a lot of people trip over this behavior, or this behavior here. And like even the traceback seems to show you that like there was a special like scope, a special frame here made for C, but it doesn't act like normal scoping does. But what are you gonna do, I guess? I was going to say just get the stuff of the function. C.x is returning the result of the property call. You would need something like type C.x. Oh yeah, to pull out the property object. Oh no, that'll just get you this. Oh right. I see what you mean. To get you the actual property object, and then you would get the fget function. We want this, and then we can go from there to get the function or the closure, and that's where you can get at the cells. Yes, that is how you would get it through the X function. Yeah, that's the actual globals. Makes sense. Yeah, so you would have to mutate it through this closure, which is actually a tuple, right? Yeah. I forget how you modify this without using C-types. There is a way, I just don't remember what it is. And it's not through setEditor, because that didn't work. Anyway, but yeah. Conberg says, I wish I learned Python in university, but now I have something to do in the Corona lockdown. So I didn't actually learn Python in school at all. I learned Python... I actually learned Python so that I could make my front-end work easier at Yelp. I was hired as a JavaScript developer and wrote front-end code, and I realized that I kept having to wait for back-end developers to write code so that I could write front-end code, and I was like, to hell with that. I'll just learn the back-end and then, you know, unblock myself directly. Sort of transition to like a full-stack developer. But then I realized that I didn't really like... I mean, it's not that I didn't really like it. Oh, I know exactly where this street is. Oh. Interesting. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see it. There's a... This is the music that's playing. But there's a photo. I know where it is. But yeah. So I learned Python to be helpful, but then I switched to do infrastructure instead of web development. So that's why I really like making developer tools, and that's where I'm at now. Would that work with self.x in the class example? I don't... Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, are you saying to like retrieve self.x from the function? But yeah, if I accessed self.x in here, it would access this property in the same way that it would outside. There's nothing really special about self, it's just a variable that refers to the same thing as C here. Hope that answers what you're asking. Okay, let's do this. Color for file. This is what we actually care about. So the thing that's unfortunate here is compiling these. Oh, actually, we can just build those. And yes, I have DC alias to CD because I typo it so often. Does this work? Okay, this is lazily initialized. Perfect. Grammar.from data raw of scope. Grammar for scope. Okay, so what I actually need here is to store a list of the two inputs to this. So a grammar has a list of file extensions and a regular expression sometimes. And so we need those in a list, and I don't want to recompile those over and over and over and over. BitMonkey says, how do you understand this if there's no comments? The function names are pretty well named, and the class names are pretty well named, and so like there's not really anything to there's not any why to explain here, so I don't really need that many comments. And like all of the patterns follow the same pattern basically. So like I don't need to explain why I'm suppressing key error here, because this is, you know, just a somewhat idiomatic caching approach. And you actually see this same pattern over and over in my code, so there's, I don't know why I would continue to explain it, but yeah. Self-documenting code, it's what I pretend is the thing. Now sometimes there's code where I don't really understand what's going on, like, I changed this recently. I probably should have put a comment to explain this. So there is a function in Python that does similar to that, called os.path.splitxt, which will split off the file extension from the file. But I'm not using that here, and like I probably should have a comment that's explaining why I did that. But I chose not to put a comment and instead write a test for it, because the test explained it better than I could in a comment, I guess. And the reason this is problematic is if you have a file name that's just an extension, for instance, like bash profile, splitxt gives you a bit of a strange result, and not the result that I wanted in this particular case. It says that there's no extension here, and that the file name, it's entirely file name, which is debatable. You could interpret this either way, but that's an example where like maybe I would put a comment to explain that. But I instead opted for a test instead. Test, highlight test, dash. Yeah, so like here's an example where I took a grammar that had a file type of bash or C, and then I loaded it and made sure that it got matched there. Culminator says because he wrote it. Yeah, I mean this is all my code, so like I know where the noodles go. Suckle Monster, interesting name, says, "Mister, are you good at math?" Yeah, I guess. Do I remember all the math? No, I probably need to look up stuff if you're gonna ask me like, well, what is the arctangent blah blah blah, or what is the area of a vector of a sphere? Like I can remember that. Anthony's a very sweet person, not that super nerdish like some others. He's a cutie. Thanks, Ursula. Oh boy. Okay, so we need to... record the regex and... yeah. Self dot files to scope equals tuple of frozen set grammar dot get file types were empty, and then reg, oh no, it should be reg parse. What did I call that? Make reg. Make reg grammar.get first. Is it first line match? Probably. Or we want a regex that matches nothing. Or never matches. Never matches? Yeah, could you have an empty string file name? No. Oh, we can just do... we'll just do this. This is a regex that never, ever, ever matches. Because we match the terminating anchor followed by a string followed by the starting anchor, which you can't possibly have stuff after the... You can have a new line after the terminating anchor, but you can't have an I. So that, and then grammar, scope name, for grammar in grammars. So this is what we'll use to do the file parsing. And this allows us to cache the regexes nicely. Cool. Local Monster says, my friend, what is the symbol of enumerated product? It's capital Pi. Is this a quiz show now? What is this? Summation is summation of product. Yeah, see? Good old capital Pi. Capital Pi? Is it capital Pi? Wikipedia Pi. Greek letter pi. This is what I want. Pi letter. Yeah, capital Pi. I'm not wrong. Perfect. Wait, did I have a GitHub notification? I did. Full version from system metadata. You drop 3.6, you can move version. Oh. So, do it like this instead. Where did I do that? Here? Yeah. This is how I prefer to do the version-specific imports. That way, if somebody's in a broken state, it'll actually produce an error quickly. But good old import lib metadata, I approve. But yeah. Thank you for the patch, Paul. Do this. But yeah, that'll fix that. It'll also break the tests because the tests use this. Oh wait, no, the tests use the string here. That would probably work. Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna do that eventually. But thank you for the patch. Well, we can merge that in a bit. OX Bad says this took an interesting turn. Yes. Eliminator says, watching you is humbling, lol. Sorry. Kappa Pi. Yeah. I hate stereotypes, but why are the cliches mostly true? Well, they probably wouldn't exist if they weren't grounded in some amount of truth. It doesn't necessarily mean they're true. Also, I know that some parenthesis doesn't match. So this is one of the things, I already spotted where it is. This is one of the features that I want to add to Babi eventually, but it involves a lot of refactoring internally because the way I do highlighting right now doesn't have enough information to actually answer this question. But this parenthesis is currently unterminated. And I would love it if I could change my editor to highlight this like bright red and be like, yo, you forgot to terminate this parenthesis. But yeah, I don't have the facilities to build that yet, but it will happen eventually. Because right now it's like really hard for me to be like, oh, where is it? Oh, the syntax highlighting is kind of weird here. Something must be broken. And it's because I'm missing this parenthesis. But I hope to fix that at some point. But you know, haven't done that yet. But eventually. Yeah, so now we can do this for types, for extensions, first line match, for extensions, first line match, and then scope name in self dot, what did I call it? Files to scope. Doesn't sound right. I guess it is kind of file types. What do I name this variable? Blah. Kind of hate naming stuff. I don't know, find scope. Bad name, but I can always rename it later. in self.find scope. Foo, yeah, that would be a great name, right, Culminator? If... Oh. Step path dot base name file name dot r partition dot if ext in extensions return self dot compiler for scope name elif elif first line match dot match first line 0 first line equals true boundary equals true. Return self dot. Oh, this can be combined. If ext in extensions or first line match dot match. Cool. Okay. In theory, context left has no suppress. I typoed. Okay. In theory, this has fixed my performance problem. This was the slow one before, so we're gonna make sure that tab stays there. Oops. And then we're gonna rerun C profile. Oh no. Which tab was it in? No, not that one. Whatever. We'll just type it out again. Log.pstats run. And gprof2 dot log.pstats dash z. Oh, and this no, this line number should stay the same. Dash z that dot tsvg log.pstats. We'll give it a new name. Log new.svg. That's what we want. Hey, we no longer have that big green blob here. The overall time didn't change that much. Why didn't the overall time change that much? Compiler for scope took 12 milliseconds, which spent most of its time building one of the grammars. That's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see this reduction here. Because before we were spending 48 milliseconds in that. There's some improvement. That's the base improvement that I wanted there. Go thesaurus, right? Jake J24 says, how long have you been programming? I've been learning Python for a few years now and still never really use object-oriented programming. I know I should, but just never stick with it. I mean, I don't really like object-oriented programming myself, so I tend to avoid OOP most of the time. Like, sure, I use like objects and stuff, but most of it is really just like passing around data. But I don't, I don't have like factory patterns and facades and all that shenanigans. Like usually it's pretty simple, just like build data objects and pass data objects around. Of course, in this case, I'm like doing some fun caching stuff. Why are we spending time in get text? All right. Oh, I guess argparse probably passes everything through get text. Seems weird, but a strange coupling that I didn't expect. Huh. I wonder if I run it again if the time will be different. Slower that time. But much more linear graph here. We don't see JSON in here. Oh yeah, we do, it's right here. Huh, so we're still spending a lot of time running JSON. Like somehow more time than before. That doesn't make sense. Where is the JSON here? Yeah, here we were spending 7 milliseconds, and somehow we're now spending 17 milliseconds. So I don't know what's up with that. Maybe my computer's just slower because I'm running Firefox now? I don't know. But this was the improvement that I wanted, or at least enough of it. We can do more to eliminate the JSON loading as well. Unfortunately, this breaks all my tests. Which is fine to an extent. I should be able to fix those. Grammar has no attribute match with file. Well, that'll be the first thing to fix. Hey, what's up? CH2isk4KOS? Don't know how I could pronounce that, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Pushapex says, why not PySpy? I don't know. This works. Why change it? Yoav says, I'm going to sleep. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Hope you feel better. Thanks for stopping by. See you around in the future. Green is bad. Wait, where's... Oh, here? Yeah, green is bad. For whatever reason. It's actually red if it's more than 50%. Like, I could change the color scheme. But yeah, green here is bad. For whatever reason. If I didn't filter it down to just the main function, you would see that it gets more redder, I guess. Chris, oh, okay. That makes it easier. Thank you, Chris. What's up? Seriously? Thank you for the follow. I like that, man. It's a good one. But yeah, let's fix these tests, and then we'll port this code over to Babi, and then Babi will be a little bit faster on startup. Okay, highlight test. Matches file. Right, we got rid of that. We got rid of that function. So really we need to flip this around now because the file matching is now part of grammars. Which takes a list of grammars. So we should be able to change this test by... Oops. Grammars equals grammars. And what is that function called? Compiler for file. Oh, but this does the loading here. Let's do it like this. And a lot of other stuff is going to be broken as well. That's the only... Oh yeah, there we go. Main compiler. Actually, this will just crash, so we could probably just do this. Okay. A little cheeky Easter egg in my tests here. Assert compiler dot root dot scope. Actually, I don't know what I would assert here. Let's see what we get out of this. Compiler dot root state. It has the attribute compiler dot root scope, but it is private. Compiler dot This is one way that I can get to it. Entry 0 dot scope 0. Hey, what's up, friend of Entropy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's give this a better name. It's a bit of a roundabout assertion, but it does assert the same behavior. Thanks, Anthony. Download your editor. Download Discord. There are better alternatives. Oh, yeah, you can get it from GitHub. And now set a Wi-Fi spot. Bye, people. Well, thanks for stopping by. It's nice to see you in chat again. Write some C extensions for PDB. Why? Why though? That sounds like a pain. Okay, so that should get that test passing. Cool. Now we need to fix this one. Hey, what's up, Fowen? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, compiler state. Right, so here's where we need to change this up again. Grammars equals that, and then compiler equals grammars dot compiler for scope, grammar dicts 0 scope name. Return compiler dot root state. Okay, so that fixes a lot more of them. Until we get to the include tests. Everything in C is pain. Oh, you mean like write a debugger for C? You would just use GDB. GDB is not the worst. It's also not great, I guess. Raylon Master says use PUDB. I have used PUDB before, but you have to install it. It's, I don't know. I find that it's not that much better than PDB. I mean, it's absolutely way better. You need to be a bit non-creative to write an editor in an interpreted language. It's not slow though. Well, some parts of it are slow, but we're working on the slow parts. That's what we're doing today. Fixing slow parts. But this is what I expected. Which means this compiler is now circular. That's fine, I guess. Self.grammars dot. Oh, that's retrieving a grammar. Ooh, that's tricky. That's tricky. I guess I just need to expose this function. This one, grammar equals self.grammars.grammar for scope s. I think that would work. Pip install, PUDB, done. Yeah, I just don't like it. Also, debugging curses with a curses editor, or the curses debugger sounds painful. It's already painful enough to debug Babi. This should be grammar. See, I could have avoided changing this code by just changing the interface. Like this could be get item, and then I wouldn't have need to make any changes here. Painful to debug Python anyways, everywhere, especially in the terminal. I think it's not so bad. Certainly easier than like C. Let's see, am I okay with this? I think so. Does it fix the tests? Oh no! Oh. God damn it. Because I changed the file over here and over here. So I actually plan to build a thing eventually into Babi where if you change a file in 2 different places, it'll drop you into like a diff mode where you can, you know, accept the lines from either of the sides and like kind of do conflict resolution. But I obviously haven't implemented that yet. But it'll be really cool when I implement it. But until then, we just have to reopen it. And then, you know, paste the code in there. Hey! Test pass now. Does MyPy okay with this? Let's see. Dict_stir grammar has an attribute grammar for scope. 532. Why do you think that you're dict_stir grammar? Oh. This didn't take either. Invalid index type stir for dict grammar compiler. 654. That's just a compiler, just my annotation is wrong. Oh, it's on screen even. Cool. Cool. Argument 1 to grammars has any battle type tuple any expected list dict_stir any. This is gonna be sequence. you happy now? Yes. Alright, let's see, what do we do here? We moved some of the stuff out of the grammar, which is good. We also made it not optional. We got rid of parse and blank there, and not just file, that just got moved around. And we changed all of these functions, and we changed how compiler for file works. And we adjusted main, and we fixed the tests. Okay. I think that's better. Let's see. Oh, we should run all of our demos and make sure those still work. C works. Diff works. Diff was the one that I wasn't so sure about because it uses just a file called patch, which you can't see. But yeah, it uses an extensionless file, so I want to make sure that still works. Obviously, I would write tests for this instead, but the tests already cover this. I just want to make sure that they still look fine. Because the tests don't actually show you the colors. But this one still works, so we're still doing CSS highlighting here. PowerShell. Python. Cool. Rust. Good old Rust. And YAMLs. Cool. Let's see, more lazily instantiate grammars. Frozen set imported but unused. Grammar imported but unused. Cool. So the other thing, oh, that actually reduced the amount of code? That's a little surprising. The other thing that I wanted to do is, oh, identify is already installed. I wanted to be able to leverage identify to improve, because right now, if I open setup.cfg with babi, it doesn't highlight it at all, even though it could know that this is an INI file. And in fact, if we ask identify what type of file this is, it knows that it's an INI file, and so it would, know how to do parsing there. And so what I would want to do is, let's see, do we do file name only? Yeah, so we would be able to use identify to figure out the file type without without reading any of the grammars at all. Would be the plan. And that would also improve the number of files that babi can highlight. But actually, before we get ahead of ourselves, let's port this change into babi, because this is still in my syntax highlighting testing ground. So it should be almost as simple as copying those files over. Git show name only. Yeah. So we did have to touch main, so we will have to change something else. But this highlight core is the main stuff. Babi. Ugh. I'm gonna fix the imports. And that crashes, as we expect. Babi HL syntax.py on line 112. Ah, and we can actually fix this now. Cool. Hey, what's up, A Skylar? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because we know the first line at this point, because we have populated all of the lines. So this does an extra read. Not anymore. Self.lines 0. Can we fit this on one line? Yes. But we have to change this signature here. Oh, but now you don't fit on one line. Also, I spelled line wrong. That's annoying. And I'm pretty sure if I do this... Now it's mad. Dang it. We can get rid of the word get. That's kind of redundant. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Slightly shorter names. I do need to integrate linting into my editor. Haven't done that yet. To do. Okay, that doesn't implement it. This does though. We'll fix that eventually. That doesn't need it. We'll fix that as well. That line's too long now. Actually, I think I will fix this entirely to not use this interface, but we'll see that in a bit. Should still be crashing. There's no way you fit on one line though. Yeah. Compile for file missing one required argument first line. Trailing white space has no attribute get blank file highlighter. Indeed. Sweet! Baby works again. Program says Babi refers to the Facebook AI project. No. No. Nope. Is there a Facebook AI project that's also called Babi? There is. No. Babi is my text editor. Is this an I? It is. Huh. Their project probably came first, but that's fine. Things can have the same name and be different. What year is this? We can look at it on GitHub. BABI. Because it's AI. Facebook archive, it's dead. Perfect. Perfect. Haha. Also, wow, it really did not get that many commits, and looks super dead. But anyway, no, it's my own text editor that I'm writing from scratch called Babi, and it's named that way because it's a typo from Nano. When you shift one of your hands over, Babi is dead. Long live Daddy. Long live Daddy. Oh, that was cringe. I'll do that again. Syntax test. Right. Right, we manually construct grammars here. Grammar dot blank. Does that work? Shouldn't. Should crash. Yeah. How do I fix this? How do I fix this? I could do this. Hey, what's up, Julio Ever? EVR, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. From a syntaxter, which takes a string. From syntaxter. Yeah, that fixed it. That's okay with it as well, even though it's not actually a string. Okay, that fixed it. Hey, what's up, sarcastic Dante? Not like this! Yeah, no, battery's not dead. It's fine. Coverage, erase. Yeah, that looks right. I'm wondering if we factored out some more code in that refactor. Seems like no. Seems good. Oh, I know why this is like that. Oh shit. Did I not backport this code? Whoops. Did I do that on my other computer? Dang it. We did not mean to regress this. So right now, this will crash if I use Babi. This will crash if I use Babi. Okay. So I must have deleted that test accidentally. Yeah, here we go. I need to add this test to the other thing. This is this is the problem with copying and pasting back and forth. So this test should be failing, and then we need this patch here. Hey, what's up, Aaron Raff, who asks, how's it going? It's going pretty well. Still getting over being sick with presumably the Rona. Oops. But yeah, we're working on my text editor today, trying to improve the startup time by making the grammars more lazily loaded. Yeah. I know, there's trailing white space, but pre-commit will just fix it. Git commit -m fix begin rules which have no end, such as XML. I could have sworn I did this. I wonder if I just forgot to push. Let me check on my laptop. So if I did it, it would have been on my laptop. But yeah, laptop. Give me a sec. That's the problem with doing work in bed, is sometimes you forget to push. Xmake git status. 1 commit ahead of master. Alright. Git rebase stash I orange master. Because you guys can't see the commands, so I'm just gonna tell you them. Cool. Git push origin head. Fix that. Oh, we even had a demo for that. This is invalid for some reason, and then it splats the rest of the file. But it was crashing before. Yeah. So like, this is the crash. So I'm gonna copy those files over again. Okay, good thing I checked the diff. That would have regressed unintentionally. Okay, so let's look at this again. Rename that. That got deleted, as well as all that. That's from the highlight branch. We renamed those functions and changed how that one works. That's the same test update, and this is the other test update. Cool, looks good. Aaron Raff asks, how long have you been working in Python? The first Python code I wrote was in about 2012 when I was working at Yelp. I no longer work at Yelp. But yeah, so about, 8-ish years. My first Python was super bad. I didn't know what I was doing. Sometimes I don't think that I still know what I'm doing, but yeah, I'm at least a little bit better now. Yeah, so this line is still too long. It's fine, I'll just re-indent it. What was the commit message here? More lazily instantiate grammars. Cool. So now Babi should start up faster. It's not super noticeable because it's like, 50 milliseconds. But it does mean that now I can add more grammars without drastically impacting the startup time. it would like there's still opportunities to make it even faster, like not even loading the JSON at all. Because that's bound to get slow as we add, you know, hundreds of grammars. Let's see. How many does VS Code have? Code, grep, tm, lang. Oh, it only has 59. I kind of expected there to be more. And not all of them are real. Like, what is this one? Yeah, this syntax highlighting is all messed up because of tabs. Oh, that looks so cool. Because the thing's tab is only one character wide, and so like, this is the indentation, so you can see the structure of the document. Oh, it does have a scope name. Interesting. That kind of surprises me. Okay, the thing that I want to get working now is to make this highlight properly. Because this should be highlighted as INI, but it is not. So we're going to try and make identify do this for us. Yeah. Well, that was expected. Relaying dash F. So we'll need to do that. Really? You don't have a special? I would have thought that identify would know about bash RC. Does it not? Oh. Huh. Well, we can fix that. Identify... File name only. Get ls files, xargs, replace bash-c this, that, or echo this. Type this to dev null. Okay, these are all the files that are not recognized. Aaron Raff says, when you say grammars, do you mean for syntax highlighting? Yes. So I'm implementing TextMate syntax highlighting in my text editor. So when I open up, you know, any old file here, this loaded the Python grammar and then parsed up until this line, at least in the first pass, parsed up until this line. And you know, as you scroll down, it parses more. If you scroll to the end, it takes a little while because it isn't eagerly parsing the whole file. I have an idea on how to fix that. Actually, I have a patch that fixes it, but it's not thread safe, and I have to make it thread safe. So maybe I'll do that in a little bit. But yeah, it knows about a bunch of different grammars, and I've installed them into local share babi TextMate syntax. So these are all the grammars that it currently knows about and will render. And how it does the detection is kind of baked into those files. But yeah, that's how it works. Culminator says, is making development tools the final level of development? For me, it's the final level because I don't think I'll want to do anything else because I really like making developer tools. But it's my final form. But okay, so I don't think it's worth doing nanorc as an extension. These are extensionless executables. But this can be highlighted. Identify. Let's see how it works. It just uses split X, so we would have to put it in the names. Bash RC. Get bash RC, we'll also get bash aliases. Aliases. Those are all bash. Get config. What type are you? It looks like I. It's slightly different. Aaron says, is there a good library to easily parse those grammar files? I'm guessing this is a pretty common thing to do for all editors. So the grammar files... unfortunately, all of this grammar stuff is kind of a shit show. And the reason for this is... the grammars can show up in 4 different formats. They can be CSON, which is CoffeeScript object notation. They can be in Apple plist format, which is a special XML, or they can be in JSON, which JSON is actually reasonable. And so what I'm doing in Babi is I actually download all of these and then convert them. Oh, and then the 4th format is JSON with comments, which I don't support for grammars right now, but if I eventually find one that has JSON with comments, then I'll support it as well. But I'm actually converting all of them into JSON, so it's a little bit easier for my editor to deal with. Also because plist is hella slow in Python, for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it's super slow. But then, the regular expressions in these use a special flavor of regex called oniguruma. And there's a library for it implemented in C, so the regular expression part's not hard, like just use this C library. But in order to deal with it in Python, I needed to build my own wrapper around it, so I wrote this, which is oniguruma CFFI, which is a CFFI binding for the underlying regex engine. But then the answer is kind of no for is there a library to do this parsing. I basically had to write my own from scratch and like slightly reverse engineer how VS Code does it, also cross-reference against how TextMate does it, and TextMate really, like, it's supposed to be the TextMate spec, but the specification is actually not great. And there's all sorts of cases where like grammars do weird things that aren't specified, and like you kind of have to look to the implementations to see how each of them handle it. And even Visual Studio Code and TextMate handle these differently. So it's all kind of just like a mishmash, good luck. And I'm pretty happy with what I have so far. Mine's not perfect, there's some problems, like I don't support parent scopes in theming, for instance, but for the most part it just works and like I don't have to worry so much about it. But yeah, it would be nice if there was more of a solid thing that explains how all this shit works. But alas, there is not. Okay, HGRC is also INI. I wonder if I should do it like this. And then this would be... Yeah, I think that's better. Let's fix all of these then. Bar RC, Babel RC. These ones don't have another format, as do this one. Get ignore, get modules. Mail map, no idea what that is. NPM ignore. Amulet. Basil. Good old Basil. Dockerfile. Do we not have an extension for Dockerfile? We don't. Cool, that's fine. Okay, we did HGRC. We did not do git config. Git config, which is that. PDBRC. I don't know if that's a standard name. PDBRC. New in version 3.2, pdb.py now accepts a -c option. The read RC defaults to true, controls all sorts of messed up. We'll load pdb.rc files from the file system. Okay, so this is standard, and it is Python. No pdb.rc. But this one, oh, this is standard too. Yeah, so we'll add that one as well. PyPI-RC. So that would get this. That one's probably not one that I'm gonna bother with. That one and that one. Cool. So I think that handles all of these, and then these are either extensionless or nano-RC files. So we added a few and we renamed some. Let's see if this still works. Aaron says, that's pretty interesting. This is all new to me. Never really read into how text editors recognize grammars. Yeah, it's it's kind of nuts. I hope to like do a write-up on all the things I've learned at some point, because I don't know that there's a place that has all of that information in one place. I forgot commas here. Here, Python. Oh. Extensions is not defined. Let's fix all these typos real quick. Cool, that looks good. That looks good. Where's in master RC files? Add some common RC files to the list. I wonder if Zish is in there. We do have Zish. Okay. We should add Zish RC in here. Zish RC. Like, maybe I'll clone someone else's dot files and run this same command here. Like Chris's dot files. Oh, he doesn't name them as dot with dots in front of it. He also has an HGRC. Oh my god, tabs. What are you doing, Chris? Tabs? Oh, so he just renames them all to dots. Leave me alone! I like how he deletes nano history. That's great. Okay, so he doesn't prefix them with special names, so nothing really to update here. Anyway, got super distracted here. Let's make a pull request for that. Okay, so our RC is the same as before, as is coverage RC. We added these three. Git config we added, as well as HGRC. I don't know why I chose to do this in some cases and some cases not, but yeah, whatever. I'm inconsistent and that's fine. If somebody wants to update it later, be my guest. We fixed JS hint RC and mention bot. We added PDBRC, which is Python, PyPIRC, which is INI. We updated Yemelint and we added ZishRC. Cool, that looks good. I like it. But this is unrelated. What was I trying to do? Oh, I got distracted, right. We want to use this grammar's lookup to find files. Do I construct grammars anywhere? It's kind of annoying because I would like to avoid instantiating this unless I need it. Oh, so I know how I can do that. We can do some cache property shenanigans. Okay, so this isn't so bad. Oh wait, no. It is bad. It's not about instantiating this, it's about having this sequence up front. This is the slow part. We would want to avoid that. Ugh. But I also want it to be testable is the other part. Yeah, it's tricky because we have a balance between like testability and not testability here. Parset says, what does extension bracket foo pipe bar do in this PR? So inside identify.extensions, we have a mapping from extensions to their tags. So if we say like, what are the tags for pi? We have a set that's text and Python. So it assumes that a file that ends in .py is plain text and, well, it's not binary, and that it's Python source. And ORing that with something, so let's say like IPR, or what was it, PDBRC? ORing that with a set that contains one element will give me a new set that has another element on the end. So that's what it's doing. It's just building some sets. But yeah, that's what's going on there. It's concatenating sets. Yep. Hey, what's up, Do Nicer? Hello, hello. Welcome back. Travis, why are you taking so long? This isn't I don't own this repository, so I haven't switched it off of Travis CI, which is having a grand slow day today, it looks like. What are you doing? Holy shit, why is it so slow? All systems operational. Oh, look at that spike. It's like nobody run their jobs in this time zone, in this time frame. That's wild. Backlog is 0. Active macOS is 0. Huh. Aaron Raff says, what do you prefer instead, Circle CI? So all of my stuff is currently in two places. It's either on Azure Pipelines, which uses this repository as a template repository, which is actually really nice. Basically allows me to templatize my CI configuration. So the way I set this up is you include the base repository, which is what I do here, and then I can just use templates down here. So like this includes, a couple hundred lines that knows how to run pre-commit correctly. And like this includes a bunch of lines that knows how to take these parameters and turn it into an expanded matrix. So like this is running Python 3.7 on Windows, and this is running PyPy 3 and then 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8 on Linux. And that's all done through this template YAML, so you can see like this is kind of how it works. But 100 lines for one line is pretty nice. And then the other half of my stuff, the other chunk of my stuff is on GitHub Actions, which here's an example that uses GitHub Actions, which doesn't have nice templating YAML, so this is like copy and paste. I've copy and pasted this into a whole bunch of repos, unfortunately. But yeah, almost all my stuff. I guess I have one repository that's still on AppFair, which is doing special Windows testing. This repo? Yeah. This repo is still testing this. And the reason for that is I couldn't figure out how to get a 32-bit Go with a MinGW32 compiler in Azure Pipelines. And so that's why I'm still using this. Because in 64-bit, the C compiler for Go is different than the one for Python. But in 32-bit, it's the same, due to reasons. But I don't even want to try and understand why those are different. So they say there's no ongoing issues, but this test taking 4 minutes is nuts. Need a VS sub for DevOps / Azure, right? I don't know what Visual Studio? Expand the acronym and then I'll answer it. Metalstorm. I'm not sure what you're asking. But there is like it's not about the C compiler. It's about the C standard library that it's using. Because there's like 3 choices on Windows due to reasons. There's MSV Corelib, and then there's I don't know. There's 3 choices though, and Python and Go pick different ones. What is going on here? Why is this so slow? Anyway, this is why I've migrated off of Travis because of shit like this. Also because the parallel builders are so few that it's unreasonable. But I don't. I mean, I could tell Chris, "Hey, Chris, move your shit to Azure Pipelines," but like, I'm just a contributor here. I'm not. I don't own the repository. VS equals Visual Studio. So Azure Pipelines installs Visual Studio for you, but Go will not use the Visual Studio toolchain to build stuff due to reasons. Oh, this one's green. Subscription. Oh, you don't need a subscription. You can use it. They have free accounts. So this is my subscription. Yeah, this is my free Visual Studio account. So you don't have to pay anything. It's free for open source. It works reasonably well. The big downside to Azure DevOps though is it's super clicky to set up a repository. Like, I think I counted it and it's like 20 clicks just to enable CI for one repository. 20 clicks and like three different screens where you have to type in some long string. Whereas with GitHub Actions, you just plop a YAML file and you're ready to go. I'm sure there's a way to make Azure Pipelines not so clicky, but I don't know of it. And so I still have this clicky problem. But yes, that's that. Okay. Imagine using VS Code in 2020 when there's babi, right? You're not talking about dev.azure.com. No, this is the same thing. Yeah. Same thing. Azure Pipelines is what I'm talking about here. It used to be called Visual Studio Team Services or something like that, but has changed its name since then. Yeah. Well, one of the builds finished, presumably. Why is this so slow? This is painful. I could have ran the full suite myself. Probably like 3 times over. But that's just pain. Oh, coverall's noticed. But there's the Python 2 passing. We already ran 3.5 earlier. Oh, one of them passed. Okay. Praise be. I could merge it now. Which we're gonna do, because I don't have time for this shit. Okay. Cancel that. Nice little mute while I type in my password. Didn't realize you had public / open source projects on there. That's free for CI/CD, but when you need to hide all your stuff, you need to pay for a license. Yeah, that's true for all of the providers, as far as I know. I don't know of any of them. I don't know of any of them that provide free private. Oh, GitHub Actions might. GitHub Actions private repository. GitHub Actions is not available for private repositories owned by accounts using. Oh yeah, that's the legacy thing. Free for public repository. For private repository, each GitHub account receives a certain amount of free minutes of storage. 2,000 minutes per month free for that. GitHub Pro doesn't actually give you much more. Seems like GitHub Pro is not worth it. Oh, GitLab does. I guess that's true. I forgot about GitLab. Everyone forgets about GitLab. But cool. Now with updated identify. What was I actually trying to do? Let's not try and do the performance optimization there. Let's just use identify to try and find files faster. Babi / let's do it in this repository first. Run setup.cfg. Okay, so this is unhighlighted currently. I haven't been able to explain why sometimes it highlights the ends of the lines and sometimes it does not. It's also like super inconsistent. Yeah, like this one, it's hard to see, but this one did not highlight the end of the line. This one did. This one didn't highlight the end of the line on any of them. I don't know what's up with that. Probably a bug in terminal, but yeah. Doesn't actually matter because we're not actually. I don't actually care about the rendering in the terminal. I'm more concerned with it in the actual editor. GitLab does up until the cap of build minutes if you use their runners. Unlimited if you have your own. That makes sense. Okay. I like demo. This now has a dependency. Import, see, from identify, import identify. It's in this file. Tags from path. Which errors on things that don't exist. Do we just want to use tags from file name? Probably. Yeah. Tags from file name. Hey, what's up, Mike Shudo? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, here we go. So, tags equals tags for file name. And then we can subtract out some of the common ones. Oh. File name only, setup.cfg. Okay, so we'll just subtract out text. So we don't care about that one. We don't need these as constant. We can just do this. For tag in this. We'll try and load that, I guess. Too much import keywords for the identify import statement. Yeah. Oh, did I? Yeah. You're right. Thank you. Thought you meant because it says identify twice. Is it for file name or from file name? From. Okay, so. Oh. Oops. Oh, I don't have the INI grammar. Local share babi. Demo languages. Hey, there we go. Mine's a little bit different because I've customized my theme slightly, but that's fine. Okay, so we do need to add a test for this. Test grammar matches via identify tag. No file types, no nothing. Compiler, I can spell. Compiler for file name, assert compiler.root state.entries. Entries 0.scope 0 equals source.ini. And so then the hope is just that all of those match. Let's see what the JavaScript one looks like. Source.js, is that the tag that identify uses? We don't want the pull request, we want this. I want to say it's JavaScript spelled out. What? Do we not have JavaScript in here? Oh, this is the wrong file. Yeah, it's JavaScript spelled out. Dang it. So we need some sort of mapping. Whatever, this is an improvement already. We're just gonna commit it and know that it's slightly broken, but it could always be improved later. Incremental improvements. Oh, we didn't actually run the test. A good one. Be great if I make this mistake so often. Single equals versus double equals, and I know the difference. I just derp it up sometimes. Okay. Add file identification via identify. And then we'll copy that over to Babi. Oh, we do get the branch coverage there. That's kind of surprising. I guess it makes sense. But now, if you do babi setup.cfg, it's highlighted! All that just to highlight this stupid file. Amazing. Do we have anything else that would have been highlighted? No, that one's still plain text. PBRC. I spelled that wrong. If we upgrade this. Oh. Because the scope name for Python is probably not Python. Local share babi text mates. Oh, we need to read link. Should have been Python. I'm confused there. Right, of course. Let's see. Testing, debug, babi, PDBRC, and then testing. So that crashed in a weird way because right, because when you're running curses and you try to write to Python standard handles, it mangles the output. So what this is doing is I have a remote debugger inside Babi, which is running here, but you can't really see it. And then I've attached to it over telnet so that I can debug at the same time, so you can see file name and like the arrow keys work and such. Tags from file name. I'm confused. Here, source.pdb. It returned Python. Oh, now it's highlighted. What the fuck? What? It was not highlighted a second ago. Why is it suddenly working? Was it because I did this? It was probably because I did this. Instead of babi. Yo, what's up, BeginBot? Dang, a rate of 32? That's a lot of people. Hello, hello. How's it going? What's up, Vivax? It's raid time! Please rewrite all your code in Haskell. I would have to learn me a Haskell before I could write me a Haskell. So, I don't know if I'd be able to do that. But welcome, Raiders. Let's see, what am I working on today? Working more on my text editor, which is written in Python. And if you guys haven't seen my text editor, I will demo it real quickly. It's called Babi. It's a knockoff of Nano. It has Visual Studio Code highlighting, which looks pretty nicely. BeginBot rewrote his chatbot in Haskell in 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Dang. Yeah, BeginBot was one of the was someone that I rated way back in the day. It was your first raid ever. You've come so far. Look at 32 people. Dang. It's good to see that your channel has grown. That's always awesome. We have a book for that. Yeah, that's the joke. That's the dumb joke that I was trying to make. Learn me a Haskell. Learn you a Haskell for a great good. That's what it is. But that's why I was talking strange like that, because that's what this book is called. But you were able to rewrite your chatbot in 20 minutes. That's kind of amazing. I'm just gonna update my language so I can make a Twitch bot in it, since somebody said it was not practical. Oh yeah, you're writing your own programming language if I remember right. I forget what it's like though. Begin rhymes with vegan. Begin rhymes with vegan. Yeah. Oh. Ow. Why does that hurt my head? BeginBot spent 5 hours installing Haskell though. Oh, true. That's fair. Isn't it just like, how can it be that hard? Actually, I know it's hard because I once tried to. What did I build from source that was written in Haskell? Some linter. Was it shell check? Shell check written in Haskell? It is. It was shell check. Yeah, I once built shell check from source, and man, that took forever. Build failing. Cry, cry. But yeah. Shell check is written in Haskell. Okay, yeah, it was the one I was thinking of. I think you pronounce begin as began. Begin, not begin. Oh. What? Hey, what's up, Quicksword X? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And Sepper CS, hello, hello. You're trolling me? Okay. Determinist, thank you. And thank you again. Thank you for the follow, Sepper. Even though I already said hi. Pandoc? No, I was thinking of shell check. I was definitely thinking of shell check. But yeah, anyway, quick demo of my text editor. It's a Nano knockoff, so it's always going to be worse than Vim. But that's just the way things go. I normally use Nano in my day-to-day. But now I use Babi because Babi is awesome and new and cool. But yeah, it has, you know, basic features that you would have in a text editor, you know, scrolling and such. And you might recognize the syntax highlighting because Which file is that? Babi file? Because it's the same syntax engine, or the same approach to syntax highlighting that Visual Studio Code does. Visual Studio Code has a little flash of not styled. Mine doesn't have that, just immediately renders. But you'll notice that like these are exactly the same, and that's because I'm using the same theme that Visual Studio Code uses to render as my default theme. Mostly because I haven't found a theme that I really like so far, and this one's good enough for now. But I've spent most of the last 3 months now working on improving the syntax highlighting and like making that a thing that works really well. I occasionally keep finding more and more bugs in the syntax highlighting, but I've slowly improved those over time. But the thing that we were working on today was improving some of the startup time, which you'll notice, there's a noticeable pause before it does first render. It was twice as long before I started the stream, so it's gotten a little bit better. But that was one thing that I worked on. Another thing that I worked on is file identification. So this is an INI file, but the TextMate grammars don't know about conventionally named files. So if I like open this file in Visual Studio Code, for instance, setup.cfg, oh, it did notice it. Okay, maybe VS Code knows about it, but TextMate doesn't. Dang it. Maybe I need to find another example. Anyway, TextMate does not know about this file, so if we just use the normal TextMate syntax for this, this is what it would render it as, just normal plain text. But I did some cool stuff to make it highlight this as INI. Also, mine is slightly different than Visual Studio Code's here because I added an extra line to my theme to make this pop a little bit more, Stranger says, how are you measuring startup time? I have kind of two ways to measure startup time. One of them is I have a performance tool that's built into Babi itself, which, like, as you press keys or insert text or undo or redo or like any of the features that it has, it does C profiling on that and also spits out this kind of very, very coarse log. So you can see here that we spent 21, well, this is while it's being instrumented, which is after import time. So we spent 21 milliseconds during startup, and then like all of these were about 1 to 2 milliseconds. Typing this string was longer, probably because it needed to re-highlight some of the file, but yeah, still within like human response time. This is like 12 milliseconds. 21 milliseconds is an eternity. Yeah, well, it was 100 milliseconds before the stream. But I can also take those logs. It also spits out this pstats file, and I can take that and pass it through some other stuff. Not log2, we'll just do log. And then I can look at that profile and see like where I'm spending most of my time. And unsurprisingly, almost all of the time is being spent currently in the draw method. Ideally, this would be closer to like 90%, but there's some stuff that we just can't really super avoid here. Like, why is this spending 15 milliseconds is like nothing. And actually, like, almost all of this was burned in startup. So it's gotten a lot better. This was originally taking like, 20 or 30 milliseconds per draw, but like it's gotten a lot better. 100 milliseconds? Yeah, Vivax, 100 milliseconds. This was the profile before. Actually, this was not the profile before, because this number would have been bigger. Oh, this number is smaller because I was profiling a smaller number of syntaxes. This is when I only had 12 syntaxes, but I think I have like 20 now. LS local share Babi 16. Okay. Anyway, and one of the ones that I added is super chunky, but yeah. So now this entire branch, instead of being a 12 here, this is now 1, and so it's much faster to start up. This is kind of showing that. See, we only have no, not that one. Oh, this is the JSON part. Here, we only have one of these, which is still kind of expensive. It's spending 10 milliseconds, but it's kind of necessary. Though I could factor some of this out, but it would mostly just move that performance to another part of the app, and so it's not super helpful to factor that out. Metalstorm says, when it redraws, does it follow the same principle as a virtual DOM does, as in diffing? Yes and no. So I have not done any optimization on the drawing right now. So right now, every single key press that I make is redrawing the entire screen. Every single time. Which you would think, oh, that's super slow. But if you look at the log of it, it's actually not that bad. So we'll just log that. I'm just going to press the arrow keys a bunch of times, which should be a no-op. And you'll see that it's taking less than a millisecond for each render, which actually isn't so bad. I also started with super slow this time, but who knows why. It makes sense. This is variable based on the file system, so if the files are not in cache, it'll take a little bit longer. But I have an idea on how to factor that out as well. Instead of statting and reading 16 files into memory every time, I can just read one. In the best case. Probably in the worst case, it reads 16, writes one, but I haven't needed to optimize it yet. But in theory, I can get these down to much smaller than that, so we can actually visualize what it looks like when I don't render the whole screen, because there's a command mode. And so like typing characters in here is just re-rendering this bottom line and not the whole screen. And so if we look at that log, you can see that these are taking, 51 microseconds, so 0.05 milliseconds. And this is kind of like the optimal time that I should be able to get to when I do that. As for the syntax highlighting, that does do a virtual DOM-like redraw, so it knows what the states are at the. So the way TextMate syntax works is it does one line at a time, and it knows the state before and after parsing that line, so it can short circuit a bunch of the parsing if it. You make one change and it will redraw until it finds the end line. Actually, there's a blog post that I was reading through that has a good visualization of this. Is this one? Yeah. So you can see like the green highlight is what it changes when it re-renders, and mine uses the same principle here. Because it needs to re-syntax highlight it when things change like that. And so you'll see in like, if I were to, introduce a triple quoted string, which is perhaps like the worst case scenario, you can see that it changes that. Like single quote causes the whole line to be a string, double quote closes that, triple quote will cause this string literal to expand until it hits another end one. So it does do some smart stuff. Oops. But there's improvements to be made. Eventually what I want to get it to be like is where it knows which lines need to be redrawn. So like if I'm just pressing the arrow keys, nothing should need to redraw. But when I resize the window, it should know that it probably needs to redraw everything. And actually, I guess really only if it's vertical resizing. Oh, that was weird. Why did it lag? I don't know. But yeah, those are optimizations that I can make, but I haven't made them yet. But it shouldn't be too hard. Knock on wood. I do need to refactor the internals to do that, because right now the way the internals work is this is just always drawing all the time, always, and that'll need improvement. Hey, what's up, Thomas DeWitt? Hello. What are you making? I'm making a text editor. This is my text editor. I am editing it with itself while I'm working on it, which is a little bit meta, but it works all right. Let's let's see. Identify syntax based on file name conventions. Oh, I need to update this so the dependencies are right. Identify. Stupid puns. You're still working on it. Wow, yeah. I suspect that I won't be done with this for... I don't know that I'll ever be truly done with it, but I don't know if I'll be happy enough to be like, look, this is great. There's nothing that I still want every day from it. But there's a lot of stuff that I need to, like, you know, fix to make it better. Here's some of my to-do list. Oh, this one's a fun bug. If you do a find and replace, and let's say we replace the word import with a new line in it, let's skip those ones. It kind of just breaks the rendering of the screen. So there is actually that old text there, and if we save this and then look at it again, you can see that it did actually put the new line in there, but the rendering is all sorts of messed up there. Yes. But yeah, so that's a fun bug that needs to get fixed. There's this bug, which is actually super easy to fix. If I try and save as to some other file name, it currently crashes, which is awesome. Well, it doesn't crash. It just says, "Hey, I haven't bothered implementing this yet, but I will eventually implement it." Tabs and wide characters are not implemented, so if there's tabs in files, it just renders really weird. Wide characters also kind of mess up the rendering. So if we put wide characters in here, this character is actually 2 cells wide, but Babi doesn't know any better, so it thinks this is the end of the line. And you'll see, like, I'm typing in a place where my cursor is not. But yeah, I need to fix that. I know how I'm going to fix it. This code here implements a width lookup, so I just need to apply this same logic, and it'll actually render this the same as curses does, because I'm using curses to look up the widths here. So that'll be kind of cool. Vivek says, okay, now we have sockets, time to update the interpreter. Nice. My username Frank, that's a funny name, says Emacs has been developed for 44 years now. Wow. And I wrote this in, 6 to 8 months, so it's a bug, not a feature. I suggest if you enable actual tabs instead of white spaces, hitting tab will close Babi. That'll show up. True. Yeah, the problem is I want to be able to edit, like, makefiles. Do I have any makefiles? All repos, find files, makefile. Surely I have some makefile somewhere. Yeah, I do. Output. That's. So right now, if we edit some random makefile, it doesn't know about that tab, and it renders it as 4 spaces. Interesting that I don't have syntax outlining for that, but we can get one. Let's see, dpackage-l grep make. Let's see. We'll go to this, and then Y, and then refresh. And then raw. Delete some of this shaw so it's shorter. What did I just do? More lazily. Let's see. Identify grammars by file name conventions. I swore I already committed this, but I guess I forgot. Okay. So we'll add another syntax for make. Just a plist, add this URL. Hold down, download that. Rename it to Python editor, no tabs needed anymore. Yeah, the thing is I want to be able to use this as my like daily driver. Well, I'm already using it as my daily driver. Yeah, there's makefile highlighting. It's a little bit busted because of tabs, but like I think this is trying to highlight this highlighting here is supposed to be applied to here. But that's because tabs are not done right. But the cool thing is it can take advantage of all of these grammars that other people have written for other text editors and just like do it automatically. Git commit -m control C. Oh, is that what I did? Oh, I typoed here and I was like, no, I'll retype it. Instead of pressing backspace twice, it was faster just, oh, here's where I control C it up here. Yeah, I didn't commit. You're right. Decisive. Add highlighting for makefiles. Does identify makefiles? Hopefully. Identify file name only makefile. Yes, it does. Cool. Okay. So we did all of those things. The next thing that I wanted to do, what did I want to do next? Oh. I have this file that I keep copying and pasting around everywhere, and it's kind of useful for consumers as like a debug tool, because it tells you what keyboard shortcuts are being pressed when you press a key. And so I think I'm going to make this kind of a secret option in Babi so that people can use this to debug as well. Hey, what's up, Daltonikov? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I think I'm going to add this as like a little secret option. Add argument. Key debug. What do I call this thing? Yeah, sure. Key debug. Help equals argparse dot suppress. This will make it not show up in the help. Secret option. Is it a secret flag? It is a secret flag. Oh yeah, we need to do action equals store true. There we go. Keyboard debug, key debug. That seems fine. I don't like the name. What am I gonna name this, chat? But you're right. Thanks for the reminder. It should have been a flag. That's what this will do. Mindful Fox, thank you. Babi -- formed. Yeah, that would be a fun one. Let's see, what was I doing? Oh, we're copying the contents of this file into there. It was really just this. And so now I should be able to do key debug. Q to quit is not defined. Press Q to quit. Cool. So now we have this as a thing. In fact, we should be able to do. Oh, we should not do it that way then. Let's see. How do we make a screen? Oh, that's obnoxious. Yeah, because what I wanted to do is reuse the same code that the screen uses instead of this, because then I don't need all this parsing here. That's what's actually useful about this. Screen equals that. Well, true. Key equals screen dot get car. And key just has WCH, doesn't have this. Okay. So it should be key.wch and key.keyname.decode. This song's got a good beat. I think we're at the part of the playlist which I don't usually play very often, so why I haven't heard this one before. It's a good one. It's good. Some good beats. If key.wch is equal to q, then we return 0. And then we need to make a perf, and we need to always pass in this. Where is there a Y? Oh, here we go. Shirt buttons. Oh, I forgot a button. Shoot. It's been like 4 hours and 40 minutes and I didn't button my shirt properly. Dang it. We really need this same code, I guess. I guess I can construct one of these guys. Let me just do it like that. And this should capture when I do a paste. Yeah, we get a full paste there. Oh, it's interesting. It actually uses the theme. Oh. Maybe we should have the screen draw the first line. That way we get the header. File.draw. Well, we won't have a file. Let's give it a file, see what happens. What could go wrong? Putting too much work into this thing that doesn't actually matter. No, it didn't actually draw it. Then it gets all sorts of messed up. Okay. Try while true try looks funny without context. Where do we see that? Oh, here? Yeah. This is actually, I really don't like this code. This code's super ugly. It makes sense. It's just like it's very arrow shaped. If at first you don't succeed, try again. True. How can I make this better? Screen.getChar. Oh, we can also. Oh, this is actually. This is actually kind of nice, but also kind of derpy. Screen.status. Draw. That's not what I want. Clear. Update. That's what it is. Press Q to quit. We can just abuse the status to do this. Where does movement come in? No, not there. It's part of file. File does moving. So, what can we do here? We can set.
I love you so much.
We can set the Y. File Y equals that. We can press down. That's what we're gonna do. Press Q to quit. We retrieve a character and then we do self.file.lines. Dot pend or insert at the one before the last one. Is that how that works? X equals 1, 2, 3. X dot insert -1, 4. That's what we want. It looks like a bug, but it is not. Key.wch bang r, key.keyname dot decode bang r. If key.keyname if key.wch equals curses dot key resize, then we'll run screen.resize. And then we also want to do screen.file.down. But down takes something. Takes margin, screen.margin. Okay, let's try this. Why are you down here? You should not be down there. Self is not defined. Screen.
In this endless space, in the words of defining myself now, it's a place that's not of the physical world.
Why is it not drawing the file properly?
I didn't even know existed. So much. But this is where I am now. And this is who I am now.
Oh, we need to call this. Oh, this is good. And if we resize? And what if we go past the end? Because this used to crash it. Oh, that's so good. Okay, I like this. Sweet. Okay. This is simple, but going to save me a bunch of time. And is actually kind of cool. Alright, can I make it any simpler? Key debug. Oh, this is so dumb that it works. But, okay, I guess I should write a test for it. I do need to write a test for it, because otherwise my coverage will not be 100%. Tests, features, key debug test. Test, key, oops, def. Test key debug. Run with run. Key debug as h. H.press. What is some key that we can consistently press that we should expect the value of? Press A. And then await text. Actually, we should. Where does this come from? From babi.screen import version stir. A string. Your babby kind of looks like QT, not gonna pie. So I think most, graphics libraries kind of have the same sort of draw loop idea, and so it doesn't surprise me that it looks similar. Let's press some more interesting thing that, well, actually, I don't know if we can trigger a sequence. Let's do like Control X. Control X. Actually, we should also see. Wait, text, press Q to quit. Oh, we also need to resize. Dang it. Because that'll get the other coverage. Await text. X18, and then Control X. With h dot resize, width equals 20, height equals 20. Await text. Versus dot key resize, and this should be double quoted string key resize. H dot press Q, H dot await exit. Yes, that should work. Right, I tried to quit this with Control X instinctively. Maybe I should change this to press Control X to quit. That way it's the same as babi. But then I wouldn't be able to test Control X. Jack Conceprio says, so what exactly are you doing? I'm making a little thing that will help me a lot. I'm developing a text editor. This is the text editor editing itself over here. And this is a debug mode that helps me debug key presses. In particular, so like this is Control plus each of the arrow keys. So left, up, right, and down. And that's what it does in Xterm. But if I'm using a different terminal emulator, so let's pretend I'm using Screen. Babi key debug. In Screen, this gives a completely different sequence here. So you can see we end up with a sequence, and then I translated it into these over here. Whereas in Xterm, we get these integers, these nice integers, but in Screen, it is these key sequences instead. The same with home and end. Like these sequences are different in Screen as they are in Xterm. And so this is going to help me, like if I ever need to worry about like what character I need, I can just you know, open this up and press a bunch of characters. And it doesn't crash when it goes to the bottom of the screen. That was a problem with the other one. But it's just a debugging tool for my text editor. But I'm running a test for the debugging tool. because await text got unexpected. What is that supposed to be? What do you mean? Unexpected keyword argument timeout. Oh. Testing. My fake version doesn't have that. Timeout. Let's ignore that. Still failing. Insertion error expected X18X. We got 24 instead. That means my fake is not a good fake. CMBug says, after line break, when you hit tab a few times, the cursor has to feel like the Flash from the TC universe. Yeah. Pink Fluffy Llama, welcome back, says, have you written tests for your tests? Yes and no. I'm currently showing that this is part of my tests, and it's slightly broken. Why is it slightly broken? It should just be returning this third value. I don't know why it's giving me an integer instead. Returning WCH. Union int stir. Yeah, why is it not returning this stir? What? Oops, we want the Control X should give me the stir. Alright, so we need to debug this. Debug the tests. Unfortunately, they're all in process, so it's not super hard. Oh, I got to the end of the playlist? That's why the music's quiet. Alright, we'll start it over from the beginning. From the beginning. Well, 24 into it, because apparently I can't scroll all the way up. Did I put the breakpoint? I already forgot. Okay, yeah, we did. Key debug -k fake. So you do need tests, yeah, because there's a bug in my tests. Self.ops self.I. While not. What's going on here? When do we get to the key press? Alright, here we go. Cool. So that one works fine. So that's not the one we care about though. That's also not the one we care about. Okay. Okay, key press event. It's an integer. Okay, so that's what's wrong there. So when we put it into here, we give it the wrong value. Expand key is doing the wrong thing. Keys tmux. Value. So what if I change this to WCH instead of value? Does that fix it? Fixes that one. And all the tests pass, so we don't need value. Oh, we do need value for curses. Do we? What if we change this to WCH? Everything fails. Cool. Okay, so let's unbreak that. And this should pass. Cool, cool, cool. And what does coverage say? Cool, awesome, that's what I wanted. Alright, all of that so that I can delete this main.py file here. And secret key debug to debug key presses. I is not a sign. babi/main.py on line 73. Indeed. I wonder if we grab some like longer text and then, hey, look at that. It properly does the resize stuff. Cool. Okay, that was just a crazy idea that I had. And it worked fine. Everything is good. Let's see, how long have I been streaming? 5 hours? I feel like I'm not tired of streaming today somehow, so I feel like I want to build some more stuff. But what to work on? I think I'm gonna get a drink of water, think about what I want to work on, and I'll be right back in a second, and we'll hack some more on this. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I got distracted. Emails and stuff. Which actually, I could probably do some of these on stream, not off stream. Some are just Travis. Oh, and then this one that needs fixing. We already looked at. Never mind. I handled them all. Improve this one. Also, we can figure out why it's failing. I bet it's failing because the file names are too long. Which is dumb, but... Oh, it's failing because of coverage. A maze. Okay. Well, let's take this patch and fix it. Yeah, I know you would just do hub add this, but this is just as fast for me. And then I don't need to do any special tools installed. Add version. Freebase. Oh, we don't have that tool installed. So I have a tool that will replace. It will format setup.cfg files to adhere to a convention. Apparently I don't have it in this repo. So I will add it. Did I unmute? I did. Okay, we're good. IR, the quality streamer. My pie's already up to date. Really? I guess so. Oh, I gotta reinstall stuff. Type ignore. Where are my type ignores? No, only in init.py. Not putting it in init.py. We never write code in init.py. Init.py is the worst. If sys.versioninfo is greater than equal to 3,8. Wait. Yeah, this is what we want. Neat data. Include metadata dot version babi. Look, now it says babi 001. Put the V back, I guess. Oops. Neat. Bad boy. Right. It'd be nice at some point. Pragma no cover less than 538. It'd be nice at some point to automate these. And I've started to do this for platform differences. I wasn't quite sure how to handle it for version differences though. So I wrote this coverage plugin called Cov Defaults, which means that all I need to do to set up coverage in my projects is, oh, why did that not? Oh. Upgrade babi and identify. I was like, why is that not highlighted? because I typed nano. That's not what I expected. It treats this as a comment when it really shouldn't. This is also a super new version of import lib metadata. I don't think we need that new version. Let's just set it to 1. Maybe, let's see what setup CFG format does to that. I think it puts, oh, maybe it doesn't care. Really? I thought it cared. I know we do some pre-commit, so we can look at what it does there. Oh, it sorts them at the end. I see. New as requirement. Oh, yeah, it should be doing that. So if I put spaces around this, what? Partition. Oh. It strips one side but not the other. That's annoying. How did I format it here though? Did I hug the semicolon? I did. So it's interesting because semicolons are also comments in standard INI. So that's why this is highlighted green here. But seems to work, so I don't know. Let's see the tests work. Sarcastic Dante says, I don't know if I should start my own terminal editor or contribute to babi. You should make an Emacs knockoff and call it what? Enax? Or E-X? Oh, we didn't want to do get add dot. We wanted to get add dash u. Upgrade hooks, setup CFG format. And we'll just leave the commit authored by Paul. Should really make a base. Maybe that's something we'll do. We'll make a base grammar for that'll run by default. So we'll do some fun grammar smithing. Git push chef. It's Emacs WMX. It's Emacs, but move the left hand left by 1. What happens if you move it right? RMSVD. Make an editor in Brain Crush. Oh, is that your is that your a better brain fuck? Oh boy. Oh boy. Load networking. Oh my goodness. That's kind of amazing. Emacs. Oh, I like it. AXE. So you guys can see, the pun. Oh, it is over there. I was pointing correctly the first time. I like it. It's a good pun. Slashes through code like an axe. I like it. Why are you still red? I fixed it. Well, it's not red anymore. Wait, it is red. Oh, just hadn't updated. Cool. Currently working on a Twitch bot in Brain Crush. I've got it connected to Twitch. Just log into the chat using OAuth. Oh yeah, shouldn't be that bad. Not green. Yeah, it was red. Make a text editor that says it saves, but it actually doesn't, and call it Stabby. That would be that would be mean. Did you create Emacs? It has begun. But yeah, if we look at this, Talk should not have installed import lib metadata. Yeah, didn't. Cool. Find a way to program in CSS. Man, you're stealing my memes, Psycode. I wanted to make a web framework that's written entirely in CSS and then like use some Lisp-like interpreter over top of it. And then like think of all the Hacker News votes I could get. That was the only reason. That's the only reason I wanted to build such a. Oh, that was not even close. HTML5 plus CSS I don't believe was Turing complete. Only Turing complete that if you clicked on it, it would be. Why is this breaking news? Oh, it's gone. Did you delete your account, friend? What the fuck? Stupid machines is probably what it's called. Am I going to regret clicking on this? It's 12,000 lines. Christ. What's the CSS for it? Oh my goodness. That's kind of amazing. I guess it is Turing complete-ish. Knowledge says, but there's already a game that's completely made in CSS. Doing it right, you don't you don't even have to serve HTML. Wait, seriously? Pure CSS game, no JavaScript. Oh, it's just that there's no JavaScript. There's still HTML. God, it's fucking hard. Holy shit, it's so hard. I'm fucking garbage at this. How are you supposed to hit these little birds? Wow! That was so hard. Thank you for a very disturbing 15 minutes. Not clicking that link. CSS3 Pong with scoring. This one still has HTML also. And doesn't work anymore. Unless I need to press run. How do I? Filed code. Oh, something happened. I don't know what's going on. Doesn't seem to be working. Maybe it's Chrome only, or Firefox only, or... Well, actually, this is Chrome, huh? What does Turing Complete mean? It means it can handle a tape thing. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. It basically means that it's a computer. Can simulate any Turing machine. They have a diagram? No. Anyway, basically there's like a tape that is infinite in either direction, and that's a Turing machine. And it has essentially like conditions and branching and jumps. And if a language or technology or physical device can, in theory, play one, or compute one of those tapes, then it's considered Turing complete. And you can basically translate any Turing complete program into any Turing compatible language, basically. It's a space game, but in Fire. Oh, Tofu. Tofu says hi. How's working from home, Ben? Hope you're doing well. I haven't been working from home because I've been sick, so I've just been chilling out. So it's been great, other than being sick. But presumably next week I will actually do some working from home. I work from home occasionally and pretty often anyway, so it's not like a huge deal, but I'm sure it'll be fine. In Firefox, you can set a header to load CSS, so sending a blank document with the header, Firefox will auto-add the 3 main tags, and then you can work from there. That's amazing. Did you try github/ace/babi in Chrome? Try it in Firefox. Okay, we'll try it in Firefox. GitHub/ace/babi. You must have some DNS that... Wait. What? What? Maybe it is a Firefox thing. What? Does it work for other stuff? Like, what's another domain that I use? Like, if I do Reddit r Pokemon, does this work? What wizardry is this? Why would they do that? I wonder if you can do it from a link. Hey, what's up, Sol GD? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, let's see what happens if we do it from a link. Where is somewhere I can just insert a link? Here, this seems fine. Is that off screen? Yeah, you guys can't see that. And even if you could see it, the text is going to be tiny, so sorry. We should have a nice big babi div right here. If I click on that, okay, that one doesn't work. It's only when it's typed. Interesting. I did not know that was a thing. Sarcastic Dante. Interesting. Under the accept. Oh, you mean the header? Yeah. The back says that sounds like brainfuck. Yeah, it's similar to brainfuck. Tofu says sick. Yeah, it was a sick vacation. Other than the part of being sick, that part sucked. It is pretty cool, yeah. Apparently, I mean, I guess it only works for .com. What's a .net domain? What is happening? Yeah. Metalstorm says, you know, you can just type YouTube in Chrome and press tab and it searches YouTube for you. You can add other searches for Jira. Yeah, I have searches like that in Firefox as well. Tobe says, do you just have a cold? So here's the thing. I'm pretty sure well, all of my symptoms lined up with coronavirus, so I'm pretty sure I actually had it. And it was right after taking 4 flights and running a marathon and going to a concert where I was in contact with many thousands of people. And all the symptoms matched up, you know, like dry cough, you know, difficulty breathing, fever, etc., etc., etc. So it's possible or likely that I had it. However, I couldn't get tested, and like I called and and they were like, yeah, unless you've been to China or Italy or been in direct contact with a known case, like we don't have enough tests to test you. So didn't get tested. Everyone evacuate the stream. It's not like you can get sick over Twitch. Man, if you could get sick over Twitch, so many people would be dead. So many more than already are. But like, wow. Did I see your last message? No, I missed it, Cybergenic. Sorry. Hey Anthony, can you look at the message I put on your Discord in general? Maybe you could help me out. Sure. Hey everyone, I recently had an interview and I was sent a coding test to create a Python package. However, this is my first time doing it. If anyone is a Python expert, can you maybe look at this and see if you would hire me? Happy link location. Was only given 4 hours, written in Python 3.8. Generate 4 random numbers on users. So actually, let me just clone it and show you things that I would change, if there's things I would change. I can already tell there's one. That's fine. So the first thing that I notice is that build, dist, and egg info should be get ignored. Star.egg info. So we should have build, dist, and star.egg info. And we can use this cool, super awesome feature of babi, which will sort this file. Letter get ignore. Okay, let's look at the actual package itself. Just edit all the files. Get ignore is fine. Readme. Generates 4 random numbers based on the user's current date and time from digits in pi. Why is it called chronopi? Named after the Greek god of the time Chronos, and pi for pi. Really? No, I like it. This is in it, it does nothing. I wouldn't bother with this comment. And we have a non-UTF-8 file. Damn it. Right, because we checked in Pisces. Try this again. Yeah, babi crashes if it sees non-UTF-8 files. E.py, cool. Got some trailing white space. We can get rid of that. Okay, so the first thing that I would do is, seems like there's not linting set up, so I would set up some linting myself. But some small things that linting would show is like you would put 2 spaces here, but like who cares? It's not that interesting. You don't need these parentheses in classes. That's also not that interesting. You would put line breaks here, but again, like a linter would just do all the stuff for you. Gen code. This one I would probably do as an F string. N_1 about pi n_, oops, n_2, etc., etc. So that's how I would do that. It just ends up being the same thing. Calculate pi. Interesting. You actually did the calculation here. What is get context? Decimal context. I don't know enough about the decimal module. Within 3 decimal. Oh, it sets the precision. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know about that. But you're setting the global precision, maybe? So I would try and avoid this in a library. Try and avoid modifying globals in the library. So usually what you would do is utilize a specific context here. Actually, this context seems not that useful. This is the current context and allows settings to be changed. For more advanced work, it may be useful to create alternate context using the context constructor. Yeah, this might be how I would do it. So that way you swap a context in and out without modifying the global state of the program. Because setting this here will modify anyone else that uses decimal and is probably not what you want to do in a library. These functions seem kind of fine. I might rename the module name slightly, but that's not so bad. Then you have a main module, which seems fine. This does nothing. More trailing white space here, and an extra new line there. Requirements.txt. So these are standard library modules, so you wouldn't ever install them. You don't need that. This looks fine. Yeah, this looks fine. For modern packages, I've been switching to setup.cfg. So my setup.py always looks like this. Just these two lines. And setup.cfg has some advantages over setup.py. Notably, everything is data, so it's easier to manipulate data than it is to manipulate code. Because you can load it, you can rearrange it, and you can save it out. Whereas writing code is sometimes a little bit more difficult than like if I were to try and manipulate this using a formatting tool, it would be kind of difficult to like reach in, grab this, and move it around. Also, you get nice things like you can just say file here, and this will read the entire contents of this instead of having to, manually open this here. Also, tiny Python thing with the open function, you don't need R because it's the default value. But, and then you got tests. You wouldn't use star imports. You would import these manually. So date sum times sum. Also, you would probably pick a different name than sum because sum is a built-in in Python. But yeah. Hopefully that was helpful. Sorry, kind of just like jammed through that real quickly, but seems mostly fine other than the checked in files. You would not check those in. And some like slight rearrangements and stuff. But yeah, hopefully that answers. Tofu says, I just got sick through my headphones, thanks a lot. Oops. Oopsie. Marcus says, yes you can. I mean, you can be infected with stupid people and stupid language and stupid games. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Let's see, Vivek says, now that you mention it, I'm feeling sick suddenly. It may just be because I'm very hungry. I'm slightly hungry. I feel ya. Storm says, biovirus to computer virus to biovirus converter. Yeah, let me just 3D print a virus real quick. That'd be, kind of amazing. Hypergenic says, oh no, wow. Knowledge says, GoDaddy now owns hover.net and hover.com. I bet hover.com are happy about that. Yeah, that's a little sketch. Cybergenic says, apologize in advance, I'm not good at packaging Python. No, it's fine. Your code was mostly good. Yours truly greed says, use YAP. It's a controversial statement. I mean, use a formatter, any formatter. Like whatever you want to use that you're happy with, go for it. I personally don't like YAP, but that's just me. Vivek says, I thought Vim was frozen since I could not type. I was not in insert mode. Literally everyone in Vim. Yeah, that was the part that took the longest. Oh, you're just responding to me, but I didn't read it in real time. Vivek says, are we doing code reviews? I have a few spaghettis I would like to show you. I mean, I did do one code review, yes. Baby says, what was your first coding related job ever? The first thing that I got paid for, or the first like actual job? Because the first thing I got paid for, I did so the company that my dad worked at was switching from one content resource management software to another content resource management software. And the two softwares, well, one, the company didn't exist anymore, so there were no developers that worked on it. And the other company was like, haha, fuck you, you can pay us $1 million and we'll import your old system into our new system. And of course the company was like, hell no, we're not paying $1 million. And I didn't know this until after the fact. I was told about the price and the the demands after I wrote the code for it. But my dad knew I was a programmer and knew that, like, you know, I liked fiddling with this sort of stuff. And he proposed to his boss that they give me a one-time contract to port this code over, or port this contact database over from one system to another. And so I wrote this. I wish I couldn't find, I still can't find the code. I wish I could find the code because it was actually like really, really cool. But what it did was the one contact database had an export functionality, but it only exported to this like really weird XML output, and no other, like its own proprietary XML. Nothing else read it. It was just like very, very specific XML. And instead of writing in like a normal programming language, I found that, oh yeah, the way to rewrite XML is using XSLT, which if you've ever written XSLT, hopefully you have not, because it's... Oh, we're not clicking. Fuck both of those. Tizag, that one's fine. So XSLT is a style sheet language which does manipulation of XML documents. Here's kind of an example. What does this one do? It takes teacher tags and puts underline around them. And this matches students, but anyway, it's a transformation language that's supposed to be used for style sheeting stuff. I wrote an XSLT program that took this one proprietary format and turned it into a standardized format that the other contact engine could import. And so that was the first thing that I got paid for to write code. And it was so fucking fast. CRM is not a CMS. Yeah, no, this was a CRM. And it was stupid fast because XSLT is just like hilariously optimized for some reason. But that was the first thing I got paid for. The first job that I had was actually, and this was, let's see, this was probably around 2005. So I was about 14 years old at the time. Probably about the same time I found the vulnerability in Gmail. The first paid job that I had, so I got paid for that, but it wasn't a job, it was just a one-off contract. The first job that I had was in 2009. I had an internship at the same company. They were like, oh, well, you wrote code for us before, do you want to have an internship? And I was like, sure, whatever. I was paid $10 an hour to, well, first I was hired as a QA developer, so not actually writing code, but validating some other part of their system. And they gave me a task that they predicted would take 14 weeks to complete, which involved documenting the entirety of some system that they had. And I was like, to hell with that, and I spent 4 days writing a program that did all of that for me. And so I took a 14-week project and turned it into a 4-day piece of code. And they're like, oh, well, I guess if you can engineer code, maybe we should have you do software engineering instead of QA, and kind of move me into that department instead. But yeah, that was my first internship, and that was in 2009, and I was 18 years old at the time. Which, if you do the math, now you know how old I am. 28. I can do the math too. But yeah, hopefully that explains that. But yeah, interesting start to paid programming is XSLT. Fox says, today I learned Control L equals clear. Yes, it's pretty good. I don't use it very often. It's slightly different than clear. Clear is actually implemented. So you'll notice the scroll bar here. When I type clear, it gets rid of all of the previous history. So you can see it's only the previous command, only the actual clear command. That Control L just makes a new window, so you can see all of the previous ones are still there. So it's slightly different, but it acts about the same. But yeah, Control L is pretty good. Yep, the lads down the can says... What? I'm in second year computer science, and I did the second stage interview for an internship this summer, and the question was given a string of numbers, manipulate to get the biggest number. I was so happy, it was so easy. Yeah, that is pretty easy. Knowledge says, what is YAP? YAP is, what, yet another Python formatter? It's by Google. Google YAP. But it's similar to like Black and AutoPep 8 and such. Or is it YAP ain't another Python formatter? What's the fucking stand for? Maybe it doesn't stand for anything. But anyway, one of my problems with YAP is it has a million fucking settings. And so people will argue about it all the time to get it working. Which is a little bit annoying, but also I don't like its default settings. And I'm not going to configure it myself. I'm happy with the set of formatters that I already use. That's fine. Yet another Python formatter, yeah. Internship, yeah, my first internship. You made some spaghetti. My XSLT program was actually pretty slick. It was not super spaghetti. Hey, what's up, Mr. Don Brown? Yes, love me some XSLT. So nobody ever. But yeah, it was a CRM. It wasn't a CMS. Knowledge says, I know a certain lead web developer that likes XSLT. Interesting. I don't know how that much is, how that's possible in the modern day. But Big Brain plays. Did you get paid 14 weeks worth of time? No, if only. If only I got paid 14 weeks worth of time. I did end up doing the internship for 14 weeks. But I ended up started working on other stuff instead. Yeet a Python formatter. Mr. Don Brown says, I once built a whole app, not just with XSLT, but an XML database. My goodness, 2002 was a magic time. Amazing. Vivek says, may I show off my bot? Is open source spaghetti? Yeah, go for it. Links are enabled in chat. You can do whatever you want. Who says, Anthony, do you know what's happening to internships at your company for summer 2020? I actually don't know. Presumably a lead developer. Did I say web developer? Oh no, you said lead web developer. I see. But then you corrected it. Okay. Presumably there are still internships at Lyft for the summer. I don't actually know the answer. This is not an official statement. Several similar companies in the Bay Area have canceled their internships. In particular, Yelp has canceled their internships. for 2020. I love this. This fucking graphic is so. It's not as far down and to the right as it should be, but it's a funny graphic. But yeah, Yelp has canceled their summer internship, which is interesting. I think it's funny that they spun this as precautionary measures and not we can't afford to pay interns. So that's a fun one. Oh, this person specifically reached out to Lyft. Amazing. But apparently hasn't heard anything back. But yeah. Anyway, that's the thing. But yeah, what just happened? Okay, check out master. I'm gonna have to get used to Babi no longer saying Babi V0. And now it says V001. Oh, did they push their internships back to fall? I'm pretty sure they just canceled. Because you can't really just move internships because people have school and stuff. Here's the link to your bot. Percent check pulse. Oh, is that your bot? I see. Ah, you checked in your MyPy cache. Did you check in your... Okay, good. I was gonna say, did you check in your OAuth token? What is lolcat? Empty file. Oh, I see. You used a library to do it. I wrote mine from scratch. Not saying it's a good idea, but it is a thing. Add cog from name. Oh, I see. This is where you have your little config file. Is that like checking in node modules? It's not as bad. It's just like, I want to say it's like a giant JSON file, or a bunch of JSON files. Yeah, lots of JSON files. So it does look like some JSON there. But cool, nice spot. Assume these are your various plugins. Oh, well, we have a pet plugin as well. Does yours have the same bugs as mine did? Pep 0008. Is that not how I trigger it? Oh, yours just says the name. Status none, type num. Mine just pastes the link. Nice. F69. Oh, you just scrape GitHub directly. I see. Hey, what's up, the Four Walls? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Shixford says, what do you currently do for a job? I work at Lyft. I currently work on developer experience, where I try and build tools and software for other developers to, in theory, make them productive, but we try our best. It's hard. Developers are hard to be productive. It's hard to make developers productive, I guess. But, whatever. But yeah, I currently work at Lyft. Your UMich email is still operating. That's pretty good considering what my school does. Yeah, the University of Michigan said that they are going to keep emails as permanent forever through their Google agreements. So I will be using that one forever. I use it for open source and stuff. I have other emails that I do for other stuff. But yeah, keeps going. Is that like... Yeah, I already read that one. Dang it. Then playing with bots. Oh, that one's cool. How does your GitHub one work? Does it just do a search and then picks the first one? It's kind of nifty. But yeah, Babi now shows the real version. GitHub Babi doesn't work though. That's funny. Also, it looks like your bot got read limited. Which doesn't surprise. What if you do GitHub Acetility? What does that give you? Is that really the first one that comes up with GitHub API? If you go to GitHub search and search for Acetility and repositories. Wow, why is that the first one? Why are there 164,000 code results? Oh my god. These all look like pre-commit. Oh, that one's me. People checking in ASP.YAML's metadata. Solid. This was a fork of my pre-commit hooks. But they didn't fork it, they just stole the source. Amazing. Love when people do this. They don't even have anything custom in here. This is just the same as... GitHub is a weird place. They checked in tokenized RT. Interesting. I don't know why they would install that. It seems super niche. Anyway, we're not gonna scroll through this. I'm not that vain. I'm not that vain. Totally vain. I'm surprised I can't find Babi. Oh, I really did find nothing. I wonder if you just do Babi. There's already a Babi Python too. That's great. I stole the name on PipeGuy, so. Nice. Hey, it does show up eventually. It's just way down here. I just need to get more than 806 stars. That's what we gotta do. Google paid GitHub to make Go the top search result. That wouldn't surprise me. Not rigged that, I'm just that popular on GitHub. Nice. Worded says you remind me of PewDiePie. Why do I remind you of PewDiePie? I'm not racist. I also don't have, you know, millions of YouTube subscribers or a fuck ton of money. Do a bro fist. Is that a thing that PewDiePie does? What is a bro fist? Is that where you like fist yourself? Wait, that came out wrong. I didn't think about that one. Yikes. Yes, please fist yourself. That's it's probably not happening. Literally my name. Wow, shots fired. More than 860 stars, say no more. Disconnect between brain and tongue, yeah, it's true. Wait, there's an SLang called English? Or is it just saying lol English is bad? Declarative programming language. Many people are familiar with it even if they don't know any other programming language. A program is a natural language description of what the program does. The Quine. This program outvotes its own source. Self-interpreter. Bootstrapping. This program reads a description of a program and transpiles it to French. It's obvious that English is Turing complete. For example, here's a brainfuck interpreter. Read the brainfuck article on SLang Wiki. This is a brainfuck interpreter. That's funny. Thanos DB says, what keyboard to use? It sounds interesting. So there's a Bang keyboard. There's also a Bang keyboard too. But the keyboard that I use is called the Code V3, and I have Cherry Clears on mine. What does this button do? But yeah, this is the keyboard that I have. It was actually originally contributed, well, not this one, but the one that I have at work, was contributed by a... Oh no, this one was the first one. Yeah, this is the one that was contributed by a member of chat, Philip Way, who stops by from time to time. Oh, it's gotten way more expensive than when I bought it. But it's nice. I like it. It's heavy. Keys are nice. Feels nice. I type really fast on it too. That part's good. It's a joke. It's literally just language. Yeah, I know. Vivek says, my language was originally called Brain Love, but later found out it is already a language. Oh, interesting. A gentler version of Brainfuck. Finally, they updated their cert. Oh yeah, the WASD keyboards. Yeah, it was, their cert was broken for a while. But yeah, this is my other fun keyboard. It's a 2-key. Literally has 2 keys. But that's that. What was I working on? I don't even remember. My water's full, so I feel like I haven't done anything since I went to get water. This is nice though. Nice though. I like that it highlights this now. Does anyone remember what I was working on? Because I don't. Water, what a great way to measure progress, right? I just remember I got up to get water because I was like, I'm gonna think of what I'm gonna do next. And then I came back and presumably did something, but there's no log of it here. Okay, this file's still not too good. Did I upgrade that? No. Upgrade. Upgrade babi. There we go. Cool, so now it shows V001. Even though it's really a post-release of 001, because we have done other things to it since then. My water is empty, yet I've done nothing productive. The system is flawed. Tilde English is a thing? Is that a different language? Not English is an esoteric attempt at using a natural language as a programming. Oh, I see. Cool. Well, if I can't think of anything to do, I know some stuff that I want to refactor in babi, but I don't know how interesting it will be. Mostly that I want to replace how this interface works. The other idea that's less invasive is to take the trying white space fixer and remove this code because it doesn't actually do much. It's really just a slingshot to get a color manager. I mean, I could just directly make this color manager. And I think, actually, so here's the thing that's kind of weird. When I highlight text, we need to make this bigger. When I highlight text, it's It's kind of hard to see, but this text is purple. It's not the right color. It should be this color here. And I'm wondering if that is because I'm doing something wrong, or because this is not possible. Oh, we still have VS Code open. So I want to play around with that, see what happens there. Actually, we don't need this. Curses.use default colors. Okay, so we want to make a color. Curses.init color 255, and this would be it's a little bit clunky, but that's that color. That's the background color. And then the foreground color is 30 instead of 212. Then this would be color 254. Here 1 will be 255 and 254. Background is the light color. I think this is backwards. Foreground, background. Maybe that's right. KGD space and curses.color pair 1. See if that works. Curses has no attributes. Right, this should be standard scr. Sarcastic Dante says, I thought about adding buffers that have their content from a generator passed as a parameter to implement interactive suggestions like file names for open. Yeah, tab complete would be something that I would want to implement at some point, and I would need to do something like that. So I've also thought about that as well. I think what I would want to kind of do is do like drop downs or drop ups to make that work. And I think that would be easier to implement and, you know, probably look just as good. I don't know how I would do that yet. I haven't put that much thought into it. But that's kind of what I was thinking about. But maybe we'll play with that as well. Okay, so this we've at least initialized properly. So this is the problematic string. 201 and curses.a reverse and curses.a dim. So that's the problem one. If we run this again, oh, that should have been 10. Yeah, so this if we, oh, I meant to scroll in. Zoom in. Oh, because resize does a thing. So this... Wait, what the fuck? Why does this one work? Why does this one work? That's some bullshit. Why does it work in one place but not in the other? What? Vivek says, well, it's 1 a.m. and bed is calling goodnight. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully I'll see you around in the future. This is confusing. Because I'm pretty sure this is the same way... Oh, you know what? I bet it is. Oh, this sucks. I bet it's because I'm using change at. Yeah, it is. What happens if we do this? Oh, that's annoying. So change attributes. So add stir adds to the default attribute. Change attributes overrides it. Okay. That's fixable. But I think we need to pass along this color manager to make that work properly. Yeah, we'll just leave that for now. Why are you highlighted different? You're not a special variable anymore. Oh, this screen is wider than it. I resized it. Okay. So maybe this does fit. Nope. Nope, doesn't fit. Cool. That updates that. Is this still working? Color manager is not defined. Knowledge sent me an MP4. How brave am I? It is a purring cheetah. Is there a jump scare at the end? Nope, it's just a purring cheetah. Nice. Did I track my egg info file, dist, and build right? No, you should ignore them. You should delete them and ignore them. Here's like the get ignored that I use in most things. Pi upgrade. This should be pretty straightforward. I'm missing dist and build in here, but they should also be here. But also this isn't necessary anymore due to reasons. Cursive Chat says the theme looks nice. Well, fortunately, it's not my theme. It's yoinked directly from Visual Studio Code. So, look, it looks exactly the same. Ooh, I did it. Have I sent you anything illegitimate yet? No, you have not, Knowledge. But you could just be building up trust. Everything you've sent has been fine. I'm just cautious. Fix this. Invalid syntax. 465. You're right. I missed a comma here. Okay, so babi works now. Babi file. Is the XML highlighting working correctly? Yeah. It should be. Including this thing that was previously crashing it. Now it just does this derpy thing. That's because the grammar sucks. Oh, are you saying Kaba because of the jerky guy that oh man, we're not gonna talk about that. Kind of dumb. It's very dumb. I'm not gonna talk about it. But someone got salty over white space PR. I may have trolled him a little bit. The details are in the Discord if you guys want to look at it, but I'm not going to talk about it here. Okay. Babi slash HL slash trailing white space. So I think I can get rid of this guy. Which makes this list a little bit silly. But that's fine. Wait, which one goes first? I forget which goes first. Oh, this one probably goes first. Trailing white space is not defined. What do you mean? Okay, so now I have trailing white space. Cool. What does my pie have to say? 2 foo arguments or file. Oh, it's just in the tests. How easy is it to make one of these color managers? Easy, easy peasy. Cool. That works well. And T.Py is not gonna... Right. That was all just a refactor so that I could improve this. Is there a way to retrieve this value? Get background. But I don't have screen there, do I? I do not. I really do not. Did you read the PR now, Ash? Yeah. I was a little bit spicy, but also it was so fucking stupid. Okay, so my problem here is from here, where I'm passing in this attribute here. I need to know the default color. And I don't know that it's always initialized is the problem. I think it is. Wow, it's that deep in there where it's initialized? BKGD. Yeah, I guess this is always called first. Is it always the first pair? I hope so. Oh, we need to know the theme too. Ugh. Let's see, what have I done so far? I don't know if this patch is positive or not. Is an improvement is what I'm looking at. That's spicy that one of the escalation team got involved. Is that what they're called? But anyway, I don't know if this actually improves the problem. Because I could just fix it by doing this, but it feels like a hack. Hey, what's up, Guts Money? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where's the other one? Replace. Oh, that's the one I just fixed. Babi HL selection. Like, I think this also fixes it. Of course, I'm not actually gonna commit this because it looks gross. But now if I highlight this, yeah, that's the right color. Do you know that guy now, Ash? Yeah, I render text line by line currently, and then I highlights region by region. So this works correctly now, but not sure I like it. Maybe I just accept that it's a hack and go with it. Actually, what does it do in not things? Well, it's super broken here. That's not right. Why not? I feel like that should work unless this has a short circuit. Oh, it does. It does. It does. It does. What happens if we do that? Here. Oh, that's why there's a short circuit. Because colors is never set. What happens if we do this and this? Init pair returned error. Hey, there we go. That works. And that's the right color too. What about in 2 or 6 color mode? Yeah, that looks right. Cool. Okay, I think that fixed it. Well, what terrible things have I done? Color manager. Yeah, I think this is fine. So we always make color pairs even if we don't have color support. Let's see how many of the tests fail. Presumably some of them should fail. Only one. What is this? What? It's a dog. What? Did not expect that to be a dog. Low color. Okay, so this should look like the 256 color, except it should be so these should all be -1. That actually doesn't change this functionality all that much. We should have one pair. -1, -1 is 1. And then the reverse mapping. One should map to -1, -1. And then we have the same mapping again, of course. It's just a lot of the same mapping, but back and forth forever. And this should be 1 to 8. Fake curses.colors. Oh, we should have initialized any colors. Yeah, this should still be that. There we go. Okay, that works. However, actually, why does it work? I feel like one of these tests should have failed. Oh, maybe I don't actually assert on that. Replace test. I guess it works. But there was things that I didn't like, right? Okay, color manager looks fine. File looks fine. This one I didn't like. And this one I didn't like. This was fine though. Yeah. And that was fine. It's just these two that I don't really like. maybe it's fine. Maybe I just know that this is kind of gross. It's not the worst, I guess. It's really not fit on one line. Oh, so close. But it does not. Yeah, that color looks right. And that color looks right. Okay. Ever so slightly different thing, but fixed. I think I'm probably gonna call a stream there. It's been, what, 6.5 hours? Yeah. We got this working, so that's cool. But yeah, let me do my spiel and then we'll send you guys off to another channel. But thank you all for stopping by today. It's been a good long stream. Built some cool stuff, I guess. Kind of. But anyway, if you like the content or you missed some content or whatever, I upload everything to YouTube. That's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. I usually stream on Saturdays, but during this lockdown, I'll probably be streaming a bit more. And I usually announce my streams in two places. One of them is on Twitter. That's twitter.com/codewithanthony. It's different than my Twitch handle. Twitter.com/codewithanthony. And I also announced that on my Discord, which I have linked in chat. You guys can check that out there. But usually I announce like about an hour before I get started. And usually it's 11 a.m. on Saturdays. And if I stream, it'll be evening and Pacific time during weekdays. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by, and we'll go find someone to raid.